Chase Fund, substituting for Mr. W. Billy Heaven, CEO for Chase Fund. Mr. Shane McCullough, Superintendent of Police, Manchester. Dr. Clifton Reed, Chairman, Manchester Peace Coalition. Mr. Otis Brown, Regional Director, Ministry of Education, Region 5. Mrs. Dorrit Jones, Director, Secretary of the Manchester Peace Coalition. Mr. Hyjan Mikulski, Principal of Holmwood Technical High School, and other principals who are present, teachers, guidance counselors, parents, guardians, students, members of the media, well-wishers, friends. Good morning. Good morning. It's good for us to be here today on this very, very special occasion. And as I look around, I know that we might be disappointed in the numbers, but if we go by the Bible, the Lord tells us that where the 2 or 3 are gathered concerning anything in His name, He will be in the midst to bless. And today, we are indeed more than the 2 or 3. So we give God thanks. This very special initiative that is put on by the Manchester Peace Coalition in partnership with the United Nations Spotlight Initiative and the Chase Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to give them a big, big round of applause because, and it might start small like this, but I am, and Dr. Reed, I want to register my thanks to you and your group for this initiative because there are some persons in Jamaica and the world. I will say a few more words later on, but I'm going to try using new drums too. Sure. Yeah. Now you know that the drums can talk. And, well, I hear it. You make the drums talk. Amen. And this is our African heritage. The playing of the drum. As he was beating the drum and playing, I feel. And mother said, tell them what you feel, Shine. Him say, I feel, I feel. Tell them what you feel, Shine. He say, I feel, I feel. Tell them what you feel. He say, I feel like I would have bust mother drum. Amen. And she was expecting him to feel some spirit, but he felt like, so I was wondering if Mr. Hewitt was going to burst the drum. But amen, he did very well, and want to thank him. And he's one of our persons in Manchester who have been playing drums from way, way back. And he from Wapikil Philip, and he can actually make the drum talk. And now I'm going to invite to lead us in prayer, opening prayer to be done by Mr. Hyjan Mikulski, Principal, Holmwood Technical High School. I was hoping that they would let him sing because he's a wonderful singer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the head table, I want to extend a special welcome to you all in the form of Latoya, Mrs. Foster, Latoya Accord Foster from Chase Fund, our Superintendent of Police, Manchester, Mr. Shane McCullough, our Regional Director, Ministry of Education, Region 5, that's Mr. Otis Brown, and of course, Chairman of the Holmwood Technical High School and Chairman of the Manchester Peace Coalition, Dr. Clifton Reed, all other invited guests who are in the audience, parents, students, members of the Manchester Peace Coalition, and I'm seeing some of my teachers, my colleague principals who are here. I want to extend also to you a warm welcome to Holmwood Technical High School, where our motto is deeds, not words. Let us pray. Compassionate Father, this morning we bow before you to tell you thanks. Thanks for the many things that you have done for us. Thanks for giving us an opportunity to be here this morning to participate in this exercise. Dear God, as we seek solutions to the many social ills that we face as a country, we pray for your guidance. Dear God, we pray that you will empower us. You will give us the strength, the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding that is required for us to provide the leadership that is needed at this time, dear God. Dear God, through this initiative, supported by our external sponsors, we hope, dear God, and we pray that we will be able to improve lives, to impact drum therapy. Dear God, we pray that you will bless each household that is represented here this morning. We pray, dear God, that you will bless each school that is represented here this morning. And of course, dear God, we pray for our nation. We ask, dear God, that you'll continue to bless us, continue to guide us, dear God. Help us to have a productive session. Help us to have a meaningful session. And dear God, post-implementation, we pray that we would have impacted lives the way how we had intended to do so. Dear God, in your Son's name we pray and give thee thanks. Amen. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mikulski, for leading us in prayer. I know that he mentioned some persons and you feel welcome to Holmwood, but we have someone here who will do the official welcome. So our Director Secretary from the Manchester Peace Coalition, Mrs. Dorrit Jones, will now come and do the welcome and the introductions.
Good. I'm a short person. Good morning, everyone. Before I do the welcome, I just want, if you have not received a program, would you raise your hand so that we can give you one? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is the pleasure and the honor to greet and welcome you this morning. It's a wonderful morning, isn't it? And more so for the Manchester Peace Coalition, it's an historic day. For nearly 5 years, we at the Manchester Peace Coalition has had this day and its upcoming events as our goal. For nearly 5 years, as I said before, we are looking, I have to repeat because we have been looking so much looking forward so much to do this. On behalf of the chairman of the Manchester Peace Coalition, Dr. Clifton Reed, executive members of the association, we welcome you all for making this sacrifice to be with us here. And extend a special welcome to our host, Mr. Hydron Mikulski. Give him a hand. Principal of this noble institution, Holmwood Technical High School. To our effervescent MC, Mr. Stanford Davis, Principal of Mayday High School. Give him also a hand. Another educational institution that's blazing a trail of excellence in this parish. Dr. Clifton Reed of this dynamic organization called the Manchester Peace Coalition. Peace is what we do. To our greeters and expert presenters, Dr. Herbert Gale, a social anthropologist who is online. He will bring us greeting. Miss Monique Long, UN Women's Small Grant Representative and facilitator of giving us the opportunity to be able to host this. Will also be bringing us greetings online. Mr. Billy Evans, OD, CEO from the Chase Fund, also a facilitator of this event. I think he would be online, or he might have had a representative coming here. Mr. Shane McCullough, the Superintendent of Police, who keeps the parish safe. Would you give him a round of applause, please? Thank you for coming, sir, and welcome. To all our team of presenters, led by our coordinator, Mrs. Beverly Danvers, give her a hand. Welcome. Mr. Otis Brown, Director of the Region 5, Ministry of Education. Give him a round. Keep them coming. Mrs. Roxanne Anderson Hilton of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica and her team. Could you stand so we can see you, ma'am, if you're here? And she will be speaking on digital age, parenting in a digital age. Miss Faye Robinson. Miss Faye Robinson here yet? Okay. When she comes, she will be speaking in the workshop on unleashing the potential in a difficult child. Dr. Dinette Watson-Edwards, is she here? Not yet. She speaks on taking care, self-care. You know, as parents, sometimes we don't take care of ourselves, physically, mentally, socially, economically. We don't. We do everything, we sacrifice, but in order to sacrifice well, we need to take care. Agreed? Yes. Last but not least, Mr. Bonnie Hewitt, artist and master drummer and coordinator of the drum therapy. Let us give him a round of applause. Look at these drums. I'm ready to play, although I don't know how. To the Holmwood students and those who will perform for us today, we thank you and we welcome you. And so I'd say, welcome, welcome everyone. Hope I have not missed anyone else. Oh, okay. Thank you. To those persons who are recording all that is happening here, Mr. White, Mr. O'Brien Thomas, how could I have forgotten them? Welcome, welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Jones, for welcoming us all. And if you don't feel welcome at this time, I don't know what else to say. But thank you so very much. And the next item says, Chairman, opening remarks. Thought I did that already, but I'll just say a few things. I mentioned the fact that our Manchester Peace Coalition, this initiative is something that must be lauded. And I want us to recognize that parenting is a critical part of building a nation. And if the homes and the families do well, then naturally the nation will do well. So I want to laud this initiative, and I want to thank and ask you to give them a big round of applause, all our parents who are here today. It shows the interest that you have in your child or children. Because many times at school, from my experience, if I want a parent to come to school, I just have to take a cell phone from a child. If something else happens, it's very difficult to get that parent to come to school. I also want to say to our parents that if you parent like how your parents did and your grandparents, in these changing times, you're going to have challenges. A story is told of a mother who was baking a turkey, and she cut it in two. She baked half of the turkey, and then she baked the other half. And her daughter said to her, "Mommy, why did you cut it into and bake it?" She said, "I don't know, that's what my mother used to do." So she said, "You never ask her why?" I said, "No, why would I do that?" Because in those days it was, children must be seen but not heard. So she said, "You never really asked Grandma?" I said, "No." She said, "Well, I'm going to go and ask her." So she said, "Grandma, why did you cut the turkey in two to bake it?" And this is what Grandma said: the oven was too small to hold the turkey. And here was the mother with a big, massive oven and cut it just the same. What I'm saying to us parents is that you cannot parent just the same way like what your grandparents and your parents did and expect the children of this digital age to really become the children we want them to be. And I'm happy that the Broadcasting Commission is here, and they're going to speak about parenting in the digital age, because COVID brought it home to us much faster than we anticipated, the importance of technology. And many parents learn technology because COVID. You see parents on Zoom, and I remember in the Google Classroom, parents would call me and say, "But this teacher don't reach class yet," and all this kind of thing, and the parents became involved. But there are those who also got lost, and the learning loss is now a challenge for us. So I want to laud you, Dr. Reed, and your team for this initiative, and I'm asking you, please not faint now, because the numbers are growing, and I know that when these parents go in their communities and tell the other parents what's happening, you're going to be in trouble. I can guarantee you that. So it is now my pleasure to introduce to you and to ask him to give an overview of the project, Dr. Clifton Reed, a man who takes education very seriously. Sometimes I wonder if he's just, because he's not really a teacher, but he's always in a school, always chairman for a school, and he has the interest of our students or children. And he also loves something that I love very much, the game called cricket. Oh yes. Welcome, Dr. Reed. Give him a big round of applause as he comes, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Protocols having already been established, I'd just like to add my special note of thanks and welcome to our parents who are here. This is your special workshop, and none of what we're doing would be possible without you and your participation. So if I sound a little disheartened, moderator, is because I really, really wanted to see 60 parents here this morning. But it is what it is, as they say. Now, the Manchester Peace Coalition essentially is a merry band of volunteers, just like yourselves, and we're inviting you to join the organizations that we have committed ourselves. We have some things, lofty missions. We want to reduce domestic violence. We want to have an impact on the levels of domestic violence in the parish. We want to see if we can support our parents, hence our project and the workshop. We want to see if we can help to reduce the dropout rate of children in schools. And these things we didn't just pull out of a hat. This is from consultation with community members and some of the things that are coming through. We want to support uniform groups. Most of us will remember, in fact, I dare say, many of the captains of industries, if you go back, if you trace their roots, you'll see many of them grew up in uniform bodies, whether it be scouts and cadets and whatever. And it is part of the reason why we're in this pickle that we are now, because these bodies are dying and need our support. We also want to see if we can help to reduce the scourge of child abuse. So we have many, many projects, and I'm saying so very loud because the ears of the funders are here. And we have many projects, and I hope that when we, in the future, when we approach them, they'll say unhesitantly yes. So the first project we did, we got some funds from the Canadian initiative, and we used that money to employ Dr. Herbert Gale to literally do the community assessment, these communities with which we work. And the report of that assessment is actually being used by various bodies to implement strategies to dealing with some of these challenges. So that was our first project, first major project. We have many projects, right? So if you look, the theme for this workshop, impacting communities through parent empowerment and drum therapy. Now our regional director said he wanted to see what this drum therapy is all about, and we'll say a little bit about that. The project has three parts, three components. The first component is the training of violence interrupters. And Superintendent, one of your predecessors, when we had dialogues back then, a lady, the talk was, crime in Manchester was relatively well controlled. The issue that she was grappling with at the time, was a lady at the time, was this matter of domestic violence. It's difficult. This is something that happens in the privacy of your homes. And so it is very hard to police that. So this idea of training of violence interrupters is essentially trying to target that. Intimate partner violence, domestic violence. Essentially what it is persons who are well respected in their communities put themselves up for training, and Dr. Gale will take them through the rigors of recognizing violence, how not to fear violence, how to intervene in situations, and so on. And so ultimately what we would love is to have one of these persons on every street in every community. So when you hear the quarreling next door begin to escalate, and it sounds as though something terrible is about to happen, this person could be called, well respected, this person could enter the home and be able to intervene and avert some catastrophe. Now this happens. As a matter of fact, if the customs was here, he'd be able to tell you about an initiative, similar initiative down in Mile Gully, where it has been credited with saving at least one life so far. So this is something that we're really passionate about. So these persons are going to be trained over 3 weekends on a Sunday afternoon. And they're going to go back to their communities, and they are going to be required to engage the various groups in these communities. So the community-based organization, the community development committees, and so on. And they are going to feed back to us monthly reports of their stewardship, of how they're getting this information out there. And we are going to measure, Superintendent, we are going to expect to measure about a year from then and see whether they're really impacting on the crime data. So we are going to be leaning on you, sir, to give us the current data, disaggregated according to communities, so we can look at that. So that's the first phase, the training of violence interrupters. The next phase now is the concept is to subsume into the array of parent-teacher associations across Jamaica a parent empowerment program. So your regular PTA meetings, we will infuse speakers, professional persons who can treat with some of the concerns that you as parents have. So you can ask questions real time. And so this is a kind of pilot. So we have targeted 10 parents from each of the 6 schools, and we are going to be working specially with these 10 parents and their 10 children for the drum therapy. But the entire cohort, the entire PTA in each school will benefit from the sessions, but we are focused on the particular 10. And one of the things we are going to do, we have assembled a bunch of professionals, pediatricians, psychiatrists, counselors, and so on. And we are putting them in a WhatsApp group. And you parents, you are going to be in those WhatsApp groups. And what we're trying to provide for you is real-time support. So for example, if you have a concern and you'd love to get some immediate feedback, you're going to be able to post this in this WhatsApp group, and somebody there will be able to respond to you. And so that's why we're collecting your contact details, and those groups are going to be put up very, very shortly. So it is so important to get the parents buying into this, and this is why I would love to have seen 60 parents here, but we're not giving up, Mr. Davis. We're going to reach out and see if we can still engage them, right? And so this is what's going to happen. So we are actually going to be visiting these schools, the PTA meetings, and bringing the experts there to address various issues. And we know some schools have PTA meetings once a quarter, but we've had dialogue with the principals where you may be able to have sectional meetings on a monthly basis. The only thing we ask is these 10 parents need to be part of all of these meetings. It's very important for us. And the final phase of this project is what we're calling drum therapy. Now, this is something which has scientific validity. In other words, some folks up in the UK have actually done the studies looking at autistic children. And what they've shown is that if you, and you don't have to be drum experts, what they've shown, if you sit around in a circle and just beat your drum and be part of this camaraderie and be part of this group, they have actually shown that it almost rewired their brains. And the kind of positive things that came out of that, it is making this thing now literally establishing a wave across the world in terms of the use of drums. But we should not be surprised because our ancestry used drums a lot and they literally benefiting from these things. Superintendent, I hope when he speaks, will tell you of his most recent experience in where we brought the world, the Peace Coalition celebrates, has many annual events that we celebrate. World Peace Day being one of them, Father's Day being another. And so the last World Peace Day we took in the Greenvale. And the drumming was part of that. There's a video going around showing the superintendent losing himself in his drums. And I hope we can show it, Mr. Videographer. Or if we can find the clip, Mr. Videographer. Mr. Videographer. I hope we can find that clip with the soup drumming for the audience to see. Hope we can find it somewhere. So what we are hoping to do with these 10 children of the 10 parents in each of these schools, we are going to make 2 weekly visits to these schools. Our master drummer will be visiting the schools for at least one of those visits. And we hope to find a teacher within the school to do the second sessions. And we are going to be collecting the information on these young people in terms of their behavioral issues and their academic performances. We're going to look at the present. And then after the exposure to the drumming sessions for 4 months, we're going to look again at those numbers, the data, and see. But though the funders literally funded the project for the 4 months, we're going to continue the project for an entire year. Because when it comes to changing behaviors, usually you need a longer timeline. So we're looking at this for a year. So in a nutshell, that's the project. We're very passionate about it. We're really hoping to see the change that we expect to find. I can literally guarantee that we're going to see positive results in terms of drum therapy. The truth is, when it comes to the changes in the communities with just 50 violence interrupters and so on, I'm hoping, but I don't expect to see a lot of changes, but we'll see what we'll see. So listen, make sure, parents, that you take full advantage of this workshop. The 3 topics are very, very important, as the moderator said before. Parenting in the digital age, there are many challenges you have. Your children have some little short terms for things that you don't know, that I'm sure they will bring it up to speed for you. As I say, you have to get with it, with the technology. So we're looking forward to that presentation. The other presentation on unleashing the potential of the quote-unquote digital difficult child is something that I'm really looking forward to that presentation. That is what you struggle with every day, right? So I hope you pay a lot of attention to that. And finally, taking care of self, parents. We know you're stressed for all kinds of reasons. Whether it be challenges in the family, whether it is challenges to put food on the table, whatever they are, we know you're stressed. And we don't want you to be burnt out or overstressed. And so one of the presentations at this workshop is helping you to learn how to take care of you. And so I look forward to this presentation. Mr. Moderator, thank you very much for the opportunity to just give this overview of the project. And we look forward to the support of our funders in this project and the ones in the future. And I'm sure when they come up here and speak, they will tell you of their plans to support the Manchester Peace Coalition going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reed. And the audience, your spontaneous response is an indication of the support that you will give to Dr. Reed and his group. Give them another big round of applause, please. Okay, our superintendent will have to leave shortly, so of course, when the superintendent asks for a special privilege, if you are smart, you will have no choice but to invite him. So I'm going to invite Mr. Shane McCullough, Superintendent of Police of Manchester, to come and bring greetings. Let's hear it for him.
Master of Ceremony, Mr. Davis, members of the head table, Dr. Reed, parents, teachers, students, very, very pleasant good morning. All right, and as I stand here and I look, I must also echo a little disappointment that Dr. Reed spoke about, that we were hoping to see far more parents, because from where we sit as police, the fundamental problems that we're now experiencing, all of those problems start from in the home, right? I, myself, was a former teacher, right? Right here is one of my batchmates from Michael Teachers College. Yes, all right? So I have been in the classroom, right, for a number of years. I have been in the police force now for a number of years also. So I have seen the two sides of the problem. I've seen it from the side of a teacher in the classroom, seen the disruptive behavior, seen the breakdown in parenting, the breakdown in community. And I've now seen it from the other side, where we now have to be, unfortunately, dealing with the results of that breakdown, right? Now, initiatives like these, they are very, very, very well needed and well deserved to be given the type of funding from Ms. Foster at Chase, and I hope you will continue, because these initiatives, they are needed to assist the police, because the police alone cannot solve the crime problem that you are seeing now. It is a collective effort from everyone that is needed. So it spells no sense that you say, listen, it's not my problem, it's not affecting me now. But one thing I can tell you, crime does not have a particular map or a particular agenda. It springs up anywhere it gets the opportunity, right? Now, the boys and the girls that are here, the students, I know in recent times you would see some criminal activities that look very attractive, such as what we call the lotto scamming, right? I can tell you, everything that glitters is not gold. Right now, a lot of the dead bodies coming out of murders that is now impacting the parish of Manchester, it's coming out of that illegal activity. Friends killing friends, family members killing family members, communities turning against each other. Because let me tell you something, anywhere you have an illegal activity taking place, what walks behind it in very close succession is violence. Everybody understand that? So students, you have men, boys who grow up and they don't live past age 20. They are dead now. Last year, the parish recorded 59 murders. That is a lot of lives that were lost in the parish of Manchester. And when you look at the primary cause of those murders, it stems from domestic disputes and inability to manage conflict. And a lot of those conflicts came out of illegal activities. You understand what I'm saying? So, when you are unable to manage conflict, when you're unable to resolve a particular situation without resorting to the gun. And that's the next thing that we have noticed. With the money we come from the illegal activities, everybody now want to become a Dan man. Everybody now want to lock turf. So they acquire the guns, right? And you know how our environment is in terms of our borders, very porous. We have 80 next door, and we have a lot of unmanned ports, right? Through which these illegal firearms come in. So it's important, parents, that what we observe in most cases, the persons who fall victim to these acts of violence and start off into this life of crime, when you check and do that historical profile, a lot of these persons, the problem started from they were young, and it started from the issues in terms of parenting. What we have observed is a trend now where it appears that and let me just ask the students, what do they refer to you as? No, you're the what? They call you the what? Any student can tell me? What they refer to you as? Eh? No, man. Gen Z. No, so? Yeah, man. You're the generation Gen Z. So you are the millennials and the generation Gen Z. Right? Generation Z. So what that says, it's a generation now that is, as Dr. Reed said, and Mr. Chairman, they are using infused technology into everything, right? We are almost reaching to a point where we are losing touch with that personal, one-on-one type of interaction, right? I see situations now where a parent needs to get their child. The child is in the house, but the parent has to take up a cell phone and WhatsApp the child or video call the child to say that, listen, we need you to come and do something for me, right? And they respond via the phone also. So that's the generation we are. Now, with technology to people, parents, and this is something that I want all of you to be very cognizant of. With technology, your child is now exposed to things that we in our generation never really even dream about or know possible. All right? My colleague can tell you that back in Michael, all our assignments were unwritten. And we had to get a piece of paper, and you get your folder leaf, your typing sheet, you roll up the folder leaf, put the typing sheet on top of it, and you take your time and write that 20-page research paper, unwritten. But now, what you guys have? Laptop, computer, and technology is so advanced now, all you do is you dictate to the computer, because you have a software that does the typing. No so? And you have autocorrect, all of that. Right? You can sit right there in your bedroom right now and do a research. So life and everything has changed. And change is good, But in managing change, you have to ensure that there is a level of positivity that goes along with it. And the positivity is that, listen, we can't allow as parents the children to get lost in the technology or the Internet of Things. We have to be on board and understand what is taking place. And to understand what is taking place, we need to take a more hands-on approach to parenting. What we have observed is that a lot of parents are now what you call absentee parents. So even when they are home, and they come home every night, because they are so stressed, because they are so overworked, they come home and the first thing they do is, the child is on their own now, because the child is basically growing themselves. So they come home, they get some sleep, they're out back, right? And that is something that impacts children in terms of that they now look for the role model from sometimes some so not good sources, all right? And next thing that we observe that is happening in the schools too, is that what plays out at the community level, the gangs, the groupings, all of that now is filtering into the school. And you can see it playing out. every day, right? Recently in Kingston, at a particular high school, another young lady stabbed the next one to death. And when you ask why the argument began, you will be surprised. You'll be shocked. All right? So these are the senseless things taking place. Right? So parents, I'm using this medium just to implore you, to encourage you that you need to be active, stay active, and that your involvement in your child's life can mean the difference between life and death. Right? Your involvement in your child's life can mean that we will see a reduction in crime and the acts of violence that we are now experiencing. It starts from in the home, it starts with the community, it is extended to the school environment, and then the wider society. I believe that we can make a change. But the change has to start right here in the homes before it can reach anywhere else. So each parent today, I'm just asking you just to, we know it's hard sometimes, because parenting tough, you understand me? Because all the time, sometimes I get up and feel like I'm knock down my one them, right? Because then do some things more time, irritate you. However, you have to just remain positive, remain strong, and know that, listen, my involvement in my child's life is the difference, right, in that child becoming a productive member of society, right? So you have to just always remember that, listen, my outcome, my end product is that my child does not end up on the wrong side of the law, and that my child becomes one of the positive contributors to the development of Jamaica. So once again, Dr. Reed, I want to laud you for this initiative, and I'm asking you parents to come on board and support it, because every child that we can save from the world of crime means that it's one more child who is more geared towards the productive development of the country. So I thank you for your continued support of your children and encourage you to keep pressing, keep strong, and keep providing that positive energy and being that role model for your children. All right, thank you.
Thank you so very much, Superintendent. Really appreciate those words. And as I listened to you, a few things came to mind. One is that all police officers should receive some teacher training, because they are certainly excellent and rounded. But I also believe the converse is true, that all teachers should receive some police training. And if we put those two together, then we get a man like you, and what better way. Thank you so very much, sir. Round of applause. And as you spoke about the assignments we did in college, bring pain to my heart, because I remember when I went into the library and opened that book, and that page, somebody had taken out that page. That was really painful. But nowadays, these children don't have that challenge. We are very privileged to bring greetings to us online. Dr. Herbert Gale, social anthropologist, one of our great Jamaicans who is making a significant difference. He has done a lot of research, and we are very proud of him. He's going to bring us greetings at this time, online.
Greetings to everyone else, 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 to everyone else. Just want to say,
For your greetings. Okay, and you're very privileged today. You're going to be seeing just now on the clip with our superintendent doing his drawing. Please pay attention to the screen.
Drumming, very important role. Without you knowing, it just ride up on you. When you try to play a drum, what really happens? It soothes your mind. It gets you in tune. It makes you forget all your troubles. It makes you find friends from your fingers, your eyes, your nose, your mouth. Compass the whole of your well-being. Even the flowers feel the vibes of that drum. So I want you to sit, listen, feel comfortable, and say your hurrah, hurrah. I'm feeling the drum.
Oh yes, that was our superintendent. Give him a big round of applause again. And now I know what I'm going to take up as my next chore, and that is to play the drum. Because when I went to college and they were ragging us, I was trying to sing. I was at CAS then, and we had to sing about the hall and when Farq Hall go marching, and I was singing until the senior man came and said, "What happened, star? You're a dub poet, So from that, the singing thing. So now I know what I'm going to choose to do. I was telling some person what happened to me at church. I sang with the men's fellowship, but they're kind of older than me. I'm still old. And I thought I did very well, and my wife went home and told my daughter, "You should have heard your daddy singing today." And this is what my daughter said. "You know, all this time I hear them say that love is blind, but me never know say deaf too." So you know, say my singing. So I'm going to move on now. At this time, we are going to invite, and she's not going to be long, but Miss Monique Long from the UN Women's Small Grant Representative. She will bring greetings at this time.
I'm just checking if you're hearing me fine. So as mentioned, I'm Monique Long. I am the Planning and Coordination Specialist with the UN Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women. We're otherwise known as UN Women, and I'm here today representing our multi-country office for the Caribbean. I'm pleased to be joining you virtually, though I wish I could have been there in person, to welcome you to this groundbreaking project, which is being funded under the Spotlight Initiative, and it's being coordinated through the UN Women team and our partners, the Manchester Peace Coalition. Now, when you hear of the Spotlight Initiative, you'll see the banner in the room, but the Spotlight Initiative is actually an ambitious joint partnership between the United Nations and the European Union. And what the project is really seeking to do is to eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls worldwide. Now, we know that in the Caribbean, in Jamaica as well, violence is one of the greatest threats to social and economic development. We know that it's also a significant threat to human security. When we look at the data and the research that we have, when we see the news reports, when we see the papers, when we see stories in our own communities, they're sobering. Sometimes these stories are actually heartbreaking, and they remind us of the seriousness of the issue that we're actually facing. So the Spotlight Initiative is working in Jamaica to tackle the normalization of violence. It's working to directly address family violence and looks at family violence as a public health and a development issue. It recognizes some of the significant responses and the importance of working with individuals, communities, and at the national level. Now, this particular project is a part of our small grants program, and these programs actually provide grant funding for up to 30,000 US dollars for community-based organizations so that they can scale up a lot of the excellent work that they're already doing. It's especially targeting organizations that are able to reach their communities and the people they work with in a way that is impactful. And that's what we've been able to see today. We definitely recognize the importance of reaching young people, reaching our core stakeholders, reaching our parents, our children, men and boys in the spaces that they actually are. And we know the importance of us working collectively on all fronts to ensure that we're tackling the issues by adopting creative and innovative approaches to respond to the needs on the ground. And I'm very happy that this is exactly what the project is going to be doing. The training of violence interrupters, working with parents through the Parent Empowerment Program, ensuring that we're using drum therapy. It's touching on all of these exceptional key areas that we know is going to have a lasting impact on the lives and the people that are able to participate in these programs. So UN Women and Spotlight, we're committed to continuing to work with the Manchester Peace Coalition. We're looking forward to working together in a spirit of togetherness as we look at developing better practices, creating systems that will exist beyond the project, and ensuring that we're changing the course of gender-based violence and family violence. We're especially hoping that we'll be able to root up some of the core issues and to change Jamaica and the communities we're working in for this generation and for generations to come. Thank you so much for having me virtually. I really look forward to the great things we're going to be able to do under this project.
Mic check.
I check,
Okay.
I check, 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 I check.
One, two, check, 1, 2. Thank you very much. The mic is not working. And I want to thank Miss Long, Miss Monique Long from the UN Women's Small Grant representative for giving us greetings. Please give her a big round of applause. She joined us virtually, but you can give her a big round of applause. You think she can hear that from where she is? Come on, man, give her a better round of applause. As the technician was trying to play around with me, I remember a particular church where they had a sophisticated mic system. And it's a church where when the pastor goes, he'll say, "The peace of the Lord be with you." And the congregation would say, "And also with you." On this particular day, the technicians were doing like what they were doing to me a while ago. And he said, something is awfully wrong with this microphone because they had turned it off. And it came on just in time and he said that. And the congregation said, all right, and also with you. I don't think anything wrong is wrong with me, but I want to introduce to you our regional director, or they say now, Director of Regional Educational Service, Mr. Otis Brown, my friend and colleague, was been a principal for many years. He was at the NEI, and now he realized that Region 5 is a region of champions, and he's a champion. So naturally, he had to move from another region, one calling him, to come to the region of champions. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the champion, our regional director, Mr. Otis Brown.
To our master of ceremonies, Mr. Stanford Davis, it is quite a bit of trouble. I deserve that, right? I hear some people say this, Mr. Davis. To Dr. Clifton Reed, Chairman of the Manchester Peace Coalition, and also Chairman of the Board of Management of Holmwood Technical High School. Superintendent McCullough had to leave. Mrs. Latoya Ackworth Foster, the project manager from to Mr. Hydrant Makowski, the principal of Holmwood Technical High School, the host school for this activity today. Parents and guardians, your well-wishers, colleagues, principals who are here, students, good morning. Members of the press, good morning. No, man, you can't do better than that. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Reed, for inviting me to this day's activities. I want to say I commend the UN Women's Small Grant Group and also the team from the Chase Fund for funding this particular initiative because it is dealing with peace. P-E-A-C-E, something that we are sadly lacking many days in our island home, this blessed place that is called what? Jamaica. It's a blessed place. Yes, it is a blessed place. And we can declare that very proudly as Jamaicans, anywhere we go, that this place is a blessed place and God abides with us here. Give God a clap praise for Jamaica. But if we are really going to make Jamaica what it can be, one of those things that we have to do a lot to get rid of is the monster that is called what? Violence. What is the name of that monster? Violence. And getting rid of it begins with us. Huh? Getting rid of violence begins with all of us in this room and everybody else in the country. That is to say, each person in this building has a role to play in getting rid of violence out of the island of Jamaica. And I take note that parents are invited to play a role in today's activities. And that is quite an excellent idea. For the simple reason that parents, you are the ones running your homes through our falls. The homes, no man, what a dull response. Parents, are you the people running your homes? Because I'm led to ask you that if you are not running your home, if you should really be running your home. So let me do it again. Parents, are you the ones managing and running your homes? And I want you to know that it is important that in what you do so leading by what? That E word. Example. Parents must lead by what? Example. Because children live what they? Children live what they? And I think it was Whitney Houston who said, I believe the children are our future. And we should teach them what? Well, so that in the future they'll be able to lead the way. They are going to be taking over from us in time to come. But many times our parents come up short. First of all, based on the things you do at home, you promote violence. Huh? It happens in the homes, you know. Parents and parent quarreling. And the mother tells the father, your face look like when lightning lick puss on the pear tree. And the father tells the mother, your one look like when Chimmy go a war and come back then top. And the children are there hearing all of this, you know, quarreling. And then you expect them afterwards to do better. Not only that, parents make them angry too. You tell the boy or the girl how she black and ugly. Look like dopey photo. Negative words coming out of your mouth to your own children. And then they grow with that same kind of mentality. And it is multiplied because they tell their children. And their children will tell their children too. And so that bad spirit lingers on. We've got to make the change with ourselves. You've got to go before the mirror. And you will need to speak to the man where? In the mirror. And tell that man in the mirror, or that woman in the mirror, that boy in the mirror, or that girl in the mirror, that the change must begin with whom? Me. What you want to see coming out of your children, you've got to model it. And there is something else you need to remember, parents. We're talking about violence today and what to do to stem violence. There is life and death in the power of your tongue. Life and death in the power of your tongue. Do you want to use your tongue to pronounce death upon people, including your own children? Is that what you want to do? Absolutely not. So you're going to use your tongue to promote what then? Life. If it is not death, then you are going to promote what? Life. And I want you to know, parents, I will talk about promoting peace. Say to them openly, live peaceably with everybody. Walk away from violent activities. Think before you act. Children in this room, students, those of you wearing uniform, manage your emotions. Negative emotions will get you at places you really don't want to go. Huh? And you must remember it stems from something called anger. Spell the word anger for me, please. Anger. No, man, better than that, man. Spell anger. I want you to remember this today going forward. Anger. A-N-G-E-R is one letter away from danger. Put a D on that and see what you get. What do you get? Danger. Anger is one letter short of danger. Emotional intelligence. How you manage yourself. Where are the church people in the room? Raise your hand. A right hand. I don't want a left hand. Bible going to talk about left and you're going to separate sheep from goat. And we are no goat inside here today with sheep, although we love curry goat in Jamaica. But only when it's curried. All right? We don't want the goat spirit. So if you're a church person, raise your right hand. Let me test you out now. Do you know the second song they sing in church? That says, peace, peace, wonderful peace, coming down from the Father above. Let me see if you know it for real. I am going to start and you are going to complete it. Peace, peace, wonderful peace, coming down. Wow, I feel like joining you again. Sweep over my spirit forever. I pray in fathomless billows of love. Let's do it one more time. Come on, church people. Peace, peace, wonderful peace, coming down from the Father. Sweep over my spirit, for I pray in what now? Fathomless. So this is what we need to do. Beg God to give us peaceful hearts. And then we should walk and also what now? Spread the peace. And I want to say to you, young people, I am young too, but I'm talking to you. So there's one young person talking to other young people. Those children I taught in high school 24, 25 years ago, and when we talk about matters pertaining to age, they would say, by X time, sir, you'll be an old man. I always remind them that we're all going to be senior citizens at one time. So I want to proclaim it again. I'm talking to you young people, as a young person myself. Walk away from wrongs. The police will tell you, there is something out there called the get-rich-quick mentality. But quite often when you get the gains out of the get-rich-quick business, you don't live to benefit from it, because it's just not the good route to go. So while I close this morning, I want to encourage all of you inside the room, young people in particular, and I want to reach out in particular to our boys. Walk away from scamming. Walk away from stealing. Walk away from fighting. Walk away from gunning. I would advise you to choose drumming. And that is why you are here today. Drum therapy, self-expression. And you can get healing from this. Boost the immune system, lowers your blood pressure. And this is therapeutic treatment, supporting therapeutic treatment using other jurisdictions in the world. Here we have it in Jamaica, right before you, and you are beneficiaries of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore my inestimable pleasure to launch this activity this morning with the Manchester Peace Coalition, Violence Interrupters, well needed, parental empowerment, well needed, and your drum therapy project. God bless you, and may you benefit immensely from what will happen here in the next few minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, now you see why I said he's a champion. You can see, Mr. Brown, thank you so very much. And of course, he took you to church and all over. So well done. And oh yes, he's a big singer. Oh yes, man. You have to go to church to hear him sing and preach. Yes, man. Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. And we know why you came into the region of champions, because you are a champion yourself. And I see someone who's at a school in the next region looking over like he wants to come over too. All right, so. All right. Yes, so we are going to move on. She has been waiting for some time now. And in the, Dr. Reed will tell you, in cricket, when you are a substitute, you don't get to bat. They have the concussion rule now, where there is a chance, and as a result of that, Mr. Heaven has sent a beautiful young lady to replace him. And this is one time that substitute is good, because indeed, who better to bring greetings on behalf of the CEO of Chase Fund than Mrs. Latoya Foster. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get money in your school and get things, you better give her a big, big round of applause as she comes, because she is the project manager at the Chase Fund. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Dr. Clifton Reed, Chairman of the Manchester Peace Coalition, Mr. Hyjon Mikulski, Principal of the Holmwood Technical High School, our lovely hosts, Miss Monique Long, representative of the UN Women's Small Grant, Mr. Otis Brown, who I believe just left, representative for the Ministry of Education, Region 5, Dr. Herbert Gale, Mr. Shane McCullough, who would have also left, Superintendent of Police for the parish, Mrs. Dorothy Jones, Director of the Manchester Peace Coalition, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, parents among us, boys and girls, good morning. All right, I like that, good morning. So, you know, I'm from Temple Hall, St. Andrew, very cool community in West Rural St. Andrew. And I'm always bragging to my coworkers about, you know, how I'm, you know, where I live is so nice and cool, you know, not like where you guys live in the heart of Kingston. I always knew that, I always heard about Manchester, but having experienced it, it's the middle of the morning and it's very nice and chilly. So if I should leave Temple Hall, I know where I'm going to relocate to. This is right up my alley. All right, I also want to recognize other principals of the participating schools in this project. So as indicated before, I'm Latoya Foster. I'm representing our CEO, Mr. Billy Heaven, who would have loved to be here, but he had a prior engagement that he could not postpone or reschedule. So here I am representing him. So Chase Fund, what is Chase Fund? We are an agency of the government. We're under the Office of the Prime Minister. CHASE is an acronym. It stands for Culture, Health, Arts, Sports, and Early Childhood Education. I always tell persons the E in CHASE stands for Early Childhood Education. That is our focus on their education, yes. Since inception, 20 years ago, we would have funded many projects in the areas of health, arts, sports, and education, arts and culture. Now, the sports component of CHASE, those projects are administered by the Sports Development Foundation. So if you have a sports project, you would just send it directly to the Sports Development Foundation. But for the other areas, culture, health, arts, and education, we administer those directly. And since inception, we have spent over $15 billion in those areas. We would have done over $6.2 billion in early childhood education. We have funded health projects to the tune of $5.4 billion. And for arts and culture, under which the drum therapy component of this project falls, we would have done just over $4 billion. Now, one of the objectives of Chase is to develop talents and skills in the areas of arts and culture. And we have been doing that mostly through supporting music programs in schools and communities, primarily by way of funding the acquisition of musical instruments and equipment. So you'd have a primary school, a high school, even some of the teachers' colleges, we would have funded musical instruments and equipment for those institutions. We would have done musical instruments and equipment for bands, community bands, marching bands, you name it. But we recognize that that is good and well. You know, you give them some musical instruments and their music department will thank you and they will use them. But we recognize that engaging young persons in structured music programs provide benefits well beyond talent development. As such, music intervention programs have been developed to respond to issues including literacy, numeracy, discipline, violence, self-esteem, and others. Specifically, drum therapy has been found to accelerate physical healing and boost the immune system, reduce tension, anxiety, and stress. And it also improves overall performance, attention, concentration, and it positively affects behavior change. And that is what this project is aiming to achieve. So if the schools had come to Chase and said we wanted some musical instruments, it would fit under a mandate. And we would likely say, yes, we will fund some musical instruments. But what makes this project special is that it's not only achieving one of the core mandates of Chase, which is to identify and develop talents in our youths, but it is also achieving other objectives that we find to be beneficial to society. The project is transformational, it is targeted. It's not just we're going to just gather up some people and we're going to do this project. It's targeted. You're targeting a specific group of vulnerable youths. We have many of them in Jamaica, all across the island. There's no parish that is exempt. But we recognize that you have targeted some youths in this region toward a reduction in social and interpersonal violence, which is plaguing our society right now. And the other reason why we love this project at Chase is, yes, we're going to develop and identify some talent. It's transformational, it's targeted, but it is also measurable. A lot of times, we put together some really good initiatives. There is nothing built in to gauge whether you're having an impact. You know you're doing something good and it's worthwhile, but how do you know how well it is doing? How do you know how much of your objective you are achieving? And so this project, that's one of the things that attracted us to the project, beyond just the surface, is that it is measurable. And so we see where academic records, behavioral records will be kept I'm sure you have your baseline, during and post implementation, for us to see exactly how is this project helping our youths, our vulnerable youths among us, who we don't want to steer down the wrong path. We want to keep them on the path that is positive and healthy. So in closing, we are very happy at Chase to be a part of this program. Since our inception, I would have spoken about how much funding we would have provided for the various areas that we support. But just for musical instruments alone, we've done over $1 billion worth of musical instruments over the years. We have done, these drums are just under $2 million, and I think that $2 million is well spent, and I think that we're going to get bigger bang for our buck when this project wraps up. And I can say this, that projects of this nature will always find good favor with Chase, because we see where it is achieving multiple positive impacts that we want to see in our country. So I congratulate the Manchester Peace Coalition for spearheading this very important and worthwhile initiative. We congratulate and thank the UN Women's Small Grant Spotlight Initiative program for supporting the project. And we thank and recognize the principals of the participating schools who would have agreed to partnering with MPC to achieve the intended goal. As indicated, we're proud to be a part of this project, and we will do our part at Chase to ensure that the project is successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Foster. You can do better than that. Give her a big round of applause. And I can assure you, ma'am, that we will, as principals, etc., continue to chase the Chase Fund to get some more funding. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time is going, and I see that we're going to move on to almost the end of this segment of the program. We have an item from African Voices, and after that we will have the presentation of the drums by Dr. Clifton Reed, the chairman of the Manchester Peace Coalition, and then we have the expression of thanks. Yes, I was told to leave it until the session because of time. Oh my, okay. I've been given different instruction by the host principal, and I have to follow him because I want to come back, especially a couple of weeks when my cricketers will be coming to defeat his own, so I will certainly want him not to bar me from coming to the school. The group from Holmwood, the presentation, we were going to put it in the next session, but I understand they are not available at that time, so I'm going to invite the presentation from Holmwood Technical High School. We'll have them at this time. Big round of applause for them.
Members of the official members of Chase Fund, Manchester Peace Coalition Spotlight Initiative, a pleasant good morning. Our performing arts group were to present this morning, but due to our report day, they were unable to prepare adequately for the presentation, so I'll be sitting in for my group. On guitar, we have Mr. Gamel Grant. You'll be hearing some soothing sounds from him. And this selection is just saying thank you to our partners for what you are doing for our school. It's a song that represents us, so it's a song from us to our partners, and it's a song for our partners, from our partners to us. When
Wow. Another big round of applause. Thank you so very much. Wonderful. So it's two of them. I don't know if you call that a duet or solo, but I know this MC, he knew about the duet and the solo and so, but when the four persons came to sing, he introduced them as the fourer. All right, so you learned something today. All right, we're going to have some changes to the program due to some challenges with persons who have to leave, so I'm going to explain to you what will happen. We're going to have African voices, then Dr. Reed will present the drums. Mr. Harris will do a quick expression of thanks, and then our presenter who has to leave, present on Unleashing the Potential in Difficult Child. She will present during the lunchtime. So you're going to, after the drums are presented and the thanks, then you will collect your lunches, sit back, and she will make her presentation. So we'll have a working lunch. So I invite the persons now to come forward from, let me get their name correctly, African Voices. African Voices, are you here? All right, we'll do that in the working session. So I'm going to invite to present the drums, Dr. Clifton Reed, Chairman of the Manchester. Okay, the principals and all representatives, you're invited to come forward and stand. I am here already. So Mr. Harris, Mr. Mikulski, all your principals come, please. And put on your German faces. And the representative from Chase, of course, the beautiful Mrs. Foster, from up in the cool, cool hills. And she has decided to stay with us because she likes it here too. Principal or representative from the school, whoever is here. Not me. Who's going to speak?
Yeah, but he's going to do the right thing. Okay. What he said, put one.
So hold this for that.
Which one? The small ones down in front. Well, they say all the schools here.
So we're going to do this. Tell us what you want.
Check 1, 2. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. We have to move very quickly. Time is against us. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to our next segment. I think we'll save the expression of thanks for a little later on. All right, thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Okay, in the interest of time, at this time, I want to introduce you to our presenter from the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica. Parenting in the Digital Age, Mr. Roxanne Anderson. I think it's Miss. I see Mr. here, and it doesn't, two of them don't go together well. So I'll say Mrs. Roxanne Anderson Hilton, make it right. So it's Mrs. Linton. It's Hilton, I see here. Are they mixing you up with the rich people? Okay. So it is Mrs. Roxanne Anderson Linton. All right? And she'll be presenting on parenting in the digital age. We'll be having a working lunch. I know you're hungry, but the lunch will be taken to you. All right? So, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to give a big round of applause to Mrs. Linton.
We live in a digital
All right, so thank you all. Thank you, members of the Manchester Peace Coalition, all the parents here, all other protocols observed as Those protocols were adhered to earlier. I am Roxanne Anderson Linton, and with me today is my colleague Sean Murphy, and we're from the Broadcasting Commission, and we'll be speaking to you today on parenting in the digital age. It's actually a lengthy presentation, but I will have to condense it in order to give time for the other presenters. So I usually try to have my presentation as conversations because I find that it's easier for persons to absorb it in that manner. So during my time as a presenter, I realized that a lot of persons, especially parents, tend to think that because their children are of the digital age and they're digital citizens, that they actually know everything that they need to know about technology. And that is actually not true. They just know everything about the apps. They really don't know everything about the perils, the opportunities, and those type of things, right? So I'm here today to dispel that myth that the children that we're growing up, they know everything, and so we need to step back and allow them to do their thing. That's not so. So as I said before, it's a huge topic, and it takes a long time, but I'm going to condense it as much as possible. So I'm going to have you look at this video because it does speak to a lot of the things that I'll be talking to you about today.
Where information is easily accessed and opportunities are limitless. An age to think big, to innovate and lead. But beware, the digital space has its challenges. Manage your digital self carefully because the consequences are real.
At least 10 incoming freshmen had their recent acceptance withdrawn after posting extremely offensive images and statements on a private Facebook group.
Stop and think before you broadcast and post messages. Before downloading third-party apps. Because your digital footprint follows you wherever you go. The Broadcasting Commission, your partner for a new day.
All right, so I find that as parents, a lot of persons tend to lead from a place of fear rather than empowerment. So we think that the internet is doomed and it's there for domination and it's the end of the world and those things. And as such, we limit and we restrict the children from using and engaging in the opportunities that are there for the internet. So just as the video had said, there are many opportunities to be had from the internet. It's not just about the doom and the gloom. There are opportunities there for you to grasp. And just as how you would hold your child's hand to teach them how to cross the road, it's the same manner. You'd hold their hands and teach them. And if you don't know, you find the information and you pass it on to them, right?
We live.
So the reality is, just as you have good and bad things happening in the world, it's the same thing for the virtual world. It's no different. You have good things happening in life, and there's good things happening on the digital world. Bad things happening, bad things. But what happens is we have to prepare our children in such a way that they have the tools that they need in order to navigate their internet spaces safely. Now, back in the days, I'm going to highlight some of the challenges that they're facing now so that you have an understanding, so that when you're having your conversation with them, you know what it is that they're going through. Because as parents, we have our own life issues going on, and we don't know everything that they're happening, and all in our minds is, yeah, get taken care of. What could be a problem? But they do actually have a lot of challenges that they're facing. Some of them include sexting, online bullying, and online grooming, right? Now, back in the days as teenagers, we would have concerns about a love letter being found. And we hide it in the most way, or after them really tell them to burn it. That's not so now. They're using what is called sexting. And I'll speak to that a little later on. Then, of course, there's the online bullying. Now, back then, when we get bullied, or anybody get bullied, you take a bus, you go home, you have that space, you have that time that you're there with your family, and you get to breathe. That's not the case now. Bullying is being done online, and once there's the internet, it means it's there for 24/7. So they no longer get a break. So you said them softy, not necessarily. We had the benefit of getting a break. They don't. Once you have a device, once a person have a device, it's on them all the time. And then, of course, there's online grooming. Now, people think that somebody is grooming, it must be somebody you don't know. I must meet them on the internet. That's not the case in all circumstances. Sometimes it is the friends that we have that are coming around that are telling our children, hey, I am Uncle so-and-so, I am Auntie so-and-so, do you think I will hurt you? So these are some of the things that they're facing, and we need to be aware of them so that we can have those conversations with them. Other challenges include them becoming addicted to pornography. Now, back in the day, again, those types of images were restrictive. The only time you would see somebody naked is if you probably get a glimpse of a magazine. Because your parents and anybody else that go in the bathroom clothed, they come back out clothed. You never had an opportunity to see somebody naked. It's not the case now. They have things at their fingertips. They have things being thrown at them from ads, from whatever they're exposed to. Those things are there coming at them now. It's much easier for them. Then, of course, you have challenges. Every day, if you're keeping up with the internet, every day there's a new challenge. There is a new challenge, there's a new challenge. And some children are less likely to withstand peer pressure. Not every child is the same. A child might be assertive, but still yet their need for acceptance and love and like, not because they're not loving them, but they want their peers to like them as well. And so this inclines them to challenge and try the challenges. There is a case in point. There's a young man in a high school in Kingston who he says he unwittingly was a part of it. But the fact is he engaged in the jump challenge, and that unfortunately caused his arm to get broken. Now, we know a lot of these schools have railings. We know a lot of these schools have, little edges. Now, what if he had fallen the wrong way? The results could have been different. He could have been crippled, or worse yet, he could have died. So there are challenges that they will try, and it's more likely because they want to be a part of a group. They want to be liked. They want to be popular. So we have to know that these things are happening, right? So you're going to go ahead and you're going to learn about the different things. Now, you may not use a TikTok, you may not use Instagram, you may not use Twitter. Like myself, you may not be using them, but guess what? You download all of them on your phone so that you are able to understand what they represent. So that when you're having those conversations with your children, you know exactly what to speak on. You don't need to be an expert, You don't have to be a guru to be able to speak to your children about these things. Now, of course, the internet does not only offer doom and gloom, oh, damnation, hold my head, me go run out because I'm up on the internet every day. That is not always the case. And just as I said, in the real world, you have challenges and opportunities. It's the same thing for the internet. A case in point is this young man by the name of Dominic Darby. Now, Dominic was 11-year-old when he had actually joined a competition. He actually just used to play Roblox and Minecraft and all those things like all day, every day. And he found out that he has a knack for it. And from this, without going to school, without doing any special program, he actually was able to create a game that he actually entered in a competition, and he actually won, beating out people from first world countries, not going to a class or anything, just because he had a love for it. Right? So it's not just the bad things happening on the internet. What we have to do as parents is to spend that time to be able to empower ourselves, give ourselves that awareness, that knowledge, and be able to help them, and so we can steer them. So there are safe apps and software that children can use that can also assist them in any career choice that they have. Believe you me, whatever they want to do, there's either an app or a software for it. You and them just need to spend the time and find it. Another thing we all need to do is to create a safe space for our children. Your children need to understand that even though my mother Edna put on good, she is the person I need to come to. My father Edna writes, him head cheap, as some of them would say, but he is the person I know I should go to because he created this safe space for me to be able to come to him and say, this is what is happening. So as I said earlier, you do not need to be an expert in order to get this done or in order to have those conversations. What we need to do is to create that environment for them, right? You may feel like they're tech savvy and they don't need you, but the fact is we as adults have life experiences and life skills that is going to help them to navigate safely. So they know the tech things, but we know the life things, and when you put them together, they're able to navigate those internet spaces safely. Of course, digital literacy is an important thing. It also will help you and them to be able to navigate those spaces, as I said. Now, I want for you to look at this video. I know time is coming up. I'm looking at it. It's almost. All right. And so I want to speak to you about learned behavior. It's not a matter of do as I say, but not as I do, right? Please take a look at this video. It's actually a great way to segue into my further conversation.
Alexa, baby, chair. Baby chair. Explicit isn't included with Prime but is available with Amazon.
Alexa, play Baby Shark. Alexa, play Baby Shark.
Sure, Baby, Hold Back by Say Anything on Amazon Music.
Alexa, play Baby Shark.
Here's a sample of Baby Shark by Johnny Only on Amazon Music.
Alexa, play Baby Shark.
Baby Shark by Pink Flown, starting now on Amazon Music.
All right, so there you have it. So this little one at her age, she doesn't understand the complexities of technology, right? But what she knows is that she saw her mother or her father stood in some corner and said, Alexa, do this. Alexa, do that. And it was done. So she understood that if she speaks loud enough, well, didn't know that she must speak clearly enough, but at least if she speaks loud enough, Alexa will do something. So this is what I'm referring to, living and being by example. So we don't have our Facebook pages and our Instagram pages saying one thing and we're expecting our children to do something else. That's not how it works. That's not how this generation works, actually. All right, the Gen Z that Sir had spoken to before, that's not how it works. All right, so how do we safeguard our children from sexting? Having the conversation, explaining to them. A lot of them actually think that sexting, which is actually sending explicit videos to your friend, videos and text and images to your friends or maybe a potential suitor, just sending it to them. That's what they think. And a lot of them also genuinely believe that it's safer than sex. In fact, at the end of a presentation once, a young lady came and said, hey, what is wrong with sexting? At least I won't get pregnant and I won't catch an STD. But that's really the half of it, not all of it. What a lot of them does not understand is that sexting goes a little bit further. Persons can save your image and use it without your consent. And they may not use it in Jamaica, so you may not see it and say, oh, I'm good, I'm fine, you know, it's not shown, nobody. They may not use it. They may also try to use apps that will disappear, like Snapchat and those things that will disappear, but guess what? There is video recording and there is screenshotting. So when you send and think that in another couple of minutes after they look at it, it's going to go away, they took a picture of it before, and they'll use it without your consent. And then there is this video with you circulating somewhere that you do not know of. And remember, people, please remember, your online actions does have offline consequences, right? Anything that goes on the internet cannot come back down. Even if you delete it, and the tech delete it, and everybody else that you know delete it, it does not go away. So you have to think before you do these things, right? And these are part of the conversations you should have with your children, because then they need to understand that what they do now affect them in the future. So when you have a video that you really didn't know was out there, but it's actually there, and your potential HR person or your potential employer sees this video of you, what then? You kind of shoot yourself in the foot right there, right? So you have to kind of bring these type of conversations to them. Of course, here's another example of someone doing something online. This 15-year-old, he thought that he was being cool. He videoed himself engaging in sexual acts with an underage child, and of course, him go to school and him at the boss, him a sure for body cause, he had an opportunity and he did all this. He was found out, he was carried to the relevant authorities, and at this point, he now has a case. He's 15 years old. Where was his life lead? Right? So he did something online, he shared it online, and he was charged actually for having sex with a minor and distributing child pornography. This is also something that we as parents need to do. So we hear in the parent group that there's a video going around with a child doing this and that, and you want to see it. What you say? I never see that. And you ask for it. You're actually asking to distribute child pornography. And there's actually a charge for that. Right? There's actually a criminal charge for that. And if you get upset and you think you're going to share something, you can actually be charged like $4 million or 4 years in prison. Yes, this is by the Cyber Crimes Act. So it's a real thing. Online actions does have offline consequences, and so we need to think before we act and engage in certain acts, and we need to inform our children of the same. Then there is cyberbullying, as I spoke to you about. This is something that is constant, and there's also has been a sharp increase. I've actually been called to many schools to speak just on this topic alone, like a whole presentation, a whole hour presenting on cyberbullying. It is actually a real thing that is happening to your students, and it's affecting them. So if you notice that your child is having any unusual behavior, they've stopped using their phone. There was a phone tete before. They were always on their phone, but all of a sudden they stop using it. You have to take a look on what is happening there. If they are constantly checking their phone, because sometimes though if they shouldn't be seeing it, they want to see what is being said about them, right? And then some of them also becomes withdrawn. Instead of being their lively self, their butterfly self, they've become withdrawn, and some get even aggressive. So you have to look at these things, and of course, please do not only chum it up to hormones. Not everything is hormones for teenagers. They really do have challenges that they're going through, right? So we have to look at these things. How do you protect them? One, do not deny them from their technology. You don't say to them, well, if them body upon it, come off fight. That's not how it works, because by the time they get it back, it's still gonna be there. You, again, have to empower them and yourself to be able to deal with it. Give them your full emotional support. Let them know that you are the safe space that they need to find when they're having these issues. Of course, tell them not to reply to the bullies, because some people just feed on energy, right? They just want you to say something. Keep the evidence. Screenshot, the same screenshot that they're going to use against you, you can use it back against them. And then use that evidence to go to the police. And then you can now develop a criminal charge. Of course, block them. They're getting too much to you, you block them. And you can also report it to the platform. The platform can take away their accounts, right? So these are some of the ways you can assist them. Finding age-appropriate apps for your children is important. Now, a lot of persons are not aware that your children should not be using certain apps. WhatsApp and Facebook and those things have an age limit, 13. They do. YouTube, 18. A child cannot put in their actual 13-year-old age and be allowed on YouTube. They would have to either have an adult start that account or actually tell a lie. So a lot of them, you need to realize that, and this is why I say to you, go out, find that information so that when you're having that conversation, you know what to have and what to look for. So these, you have to find the age-appropriate alternatives. So you have a young child, and this is one of the things that is important too, creating separate profiles on shared devices. You cannot have the 14-year-old and the 3-year-old seeing the same things. It's not a thing. So you create separate profiles. I know a lot of persons can't afford to buy 2 and 3 devices. Device give you the opportunity to have more than one device, right? More than one profile. So if you know they're gonna share the device, you put on baby own, you put on Johnny own, you put on yours and everybody else. So that when they go into it, they will see their profile and use it. So the baby profile will have YouTube Kids, while the 14-year-old or so may have a restricted version of YouTube, and of course the adult will have the access to whatever. But this is important so we do not expose our children to things that are not yet ready for their age. All right? I wanted to show this about oversharing and how easy it is for children to really overshare and not understand that that there are repercussions to this.
One day, Alex and Sam were mucking around on their phones.
Why don't we take a selfie? Yeah.
Then Sam had an idea.
I'll take a picture.
What if they sent a picture of Alex's willy to their friend Katie? You know, the kind that disappears in a few seconds. When Katie saw it, she thought it was very funny. So she screen grabbed the picture and sent it to her friends. And they sent it to theirs. And the next day at school,
Newsflash! The world sees Alex's willy.
Alex even got a message from a bully. He then got one from a man he didn't know. Sometimes children share things they shouldn't online. And the effects can be devastating. Help keep your child safe.
All right. All right, so right there, I'm sure Alex did not have an intention for the world to see his Willie, I'm sure. But these are some of the things that happened. They really don't understand that these things can happen. He was just hoping to send Katie, and that Katie would have did laugh and forget about it. But Katie found it funny too, and Katie have friends, right? So she go and share it with her friends because she want them to laugh too. And of course, these friends have friends, and these friends also have devices that they share with other people who also have access to these things. One of the things is that we as adults have our personal information, such as password and our passport information, banking information on our devices. So this is one of the reasons why having separate profile is important, because when you have an open thing and the children go in there, they lend them their friends use it, and people can gain access to your bank account and those type of things, right? So that's one of the reasons why it is important to create separate profiles. Also, us as parents, in our joy of sharing all those lovely pictures of our children, because we're glad they're reaching these milestones, are not actually aware that we are putting our children in danger, all right? Why is this not playing? We're putting our young ones in danger. We're very happy that this is happening, and we want to share it with the world. Please look.
When our parents post these pictures, they might think it's cute, but they never think about how they are overexposing us, making us vulnerable to pedophiles and sex offenders. It's time for parents to think twice before they post. Kids for privacy. Let's take over all hashtags that overexpose kids by using signs that reclaim our right to privacy online. Create your Privacy Please sign and share your picture using one of the hashtags that overexpose kids on social media. Join the Kids for Privacy movement.
All right, so a lot of the times we do these things innocently, right? We're just very happy that they reached this milestone. Oh gosh, she used in the potty at 2. She used, these kinds of things. We are very happy that this is happening, and so we go about and we share them. But whilst we are telling the children not to share their lives on things, we must not share their lives there too, right? Because the same thing that is going to happen, people can screenshot it, pedophiles, people like that who wants to share. People can make money from your children's photographs, and you'd never know. So we have to be mindful. We're opening them up. We're actually giving them an online space even before they have decided that they want to have an online space. So if you can take the picture and your family member come over and you say, oh, we did go to the beach the other day, we go down to River here. That's it. They don't need to have it. No, they don't. They saw it. Ooh, wow, cute. And that's it. They don't need to have it. And some person say, why don't you have a private family group? Do we know all our family members? Does all our family members have a safe phone, a safe device? So we have to be mindful of those things. So here's an online checklist that I want for you to keep in mind. As I said, always have open dialogue with your children. Allow them to understand that you are the safe space, you are the person that they should speak with whenever they have an issue. Encourage balanced use of their device. Kind of make them know, say, the phone is not the end-all to end-all. Sometimes give yourself a break. Put it down. Come and go eat together. Come and go to the beach. Let's walk to the park. Let's go into Mandeville Square. Let's go into Christiana. Let's do these things, right? Consider filtering and blocking certain software, especially if you have younger children. Get certain software that can filter out the things that they shouldn't see. All right? Learn to use privacy settings. So if you have a Facebook account, make sure it is private, and only the persons you want to see your things will see your things. Because a lot of us actually, data has shown that 1/5 of us actually, over 50% of us actually have open Facebook accounts. They don't know how to private their account. But let Google be your friend. Let Google be your friend. You don't know how to do it? Hey Google, how do I private my Facebook account? And it will show you. All right? So if you don't know how to do it, Google will help you. So protect your personal information with passwords, creating strong passwords, not just the one that said password 123 or ABC or what's your daughter's name, Bugsy, not those passwords, the ones that have numbers and figures and all those things that will take a hacker a long time. The one that may have a Jamaican patois in there that them will never be able to pick up, right? So you put those things there. Also, as parents, this is where I want to get to. As parents, there are actually apps that are there to assist you. These apps include Net Nanny, Norton, and all those other things. They actually help you. They actually help you with monitoring your children from a mobile space. Right, so you're at work and you're able to see when they go online. You're on the road and you're able to see what they went on. Those type of things, right? So Google Link also have that. So it can give you the opportunity to time the screen. You can put it in there how long they can go on, when they can go on. You, of course, have the password, so once the screen lock, it lock. So unless they're going to leave the house and go to their friend's house, they can't turn it on back. So these are some of the things that I said before. Go about, Google it, find it, and use it, right? And even the video I showed you with Alex, you can use it to have the conversations with your younger children. It will help them. All right, so do not be afraid of a digital age. I tried to do it in half an hour, sir. Do not be afraid of a digital age. Do embrace it. It is there. It's not going to go anywhere. We're actually going through the fourth industrial revolution, and this is what is going to happen. So even if you're against it, at least arm yourself so that you can win it, right? And that's it. We're just going to have our recap. The internet has many opportunities. Get them, use them to your own benefit. Create a safe space for your children to use. Remember that your online actions actually have offline consequences. And I always tell persons to think before they act.
Click on your link for my liquor brother pre that slap bro, we no need that. And the next thing them type of song they are listening online, what kind of thing that some big man post up on them profile and I put chat to a small child. Watch yourself on social media when you a post boxes, no do nothing too wild. What if your little brother send a post, yeah? What if your bro dead in another crime video, yeah? What if your little sister take a one pic and it a put up everywhere like it's a poster? Before I share the post, the pic, I ask myself, what if I nah comment, I nah go click me. Before I ask, what if I nah comment, I nah go click me. Before I ask, what if, so before you share the post, the link, just ask yourself, what if, yeah. When you're there online, make it a new day at the rhyme. Keep up with the time, broadcasting commissioner remind you.
All right, so there you have it. That's the condensed version of our presentation. But as always, we have prizes and surprises. So I hope nobody was sleeping, right? I do hope no one was sleeping. Please, please, please. So show of hand for those who want a credit. Please let me know. Let me go back. Let me think. All right, so tell me, what have you learned about cyberbullying? Yes, you were looking at me. Not about a ton way, man. You did look at me. Yeah, man, you were looking. You. You want to? Okay, miss, go ahead. It doesn't stop. All right. What are some of the signs you look for if your child is being bullied? All right, so sir, you're going to come for your number. You're going to get your credit. All right, so is how much credit I have, sir? Go again? All right. Okay, so the next question I have to ask has to do with grooming. Now, I did not give the definition, but it was on screen. All right. Just one? So that's it? For each session? No, we did. Okay, never mind, yes, sir. All right, so I know I didn't actually say what grooming is, but it was on the screen. So, can anyone tell me what is online grooming? So everybody was asleep? Miss, you can't go again. Everybody was asleep? Or what does grooming sound like to somebody, to anybody? Online grooming? Pardon? No, that's actually not it. Go ahead. Alright, well, that's Google. The online one is where that same male friend will speak to your daughter on the device and tell them, remember, this is Uncle so and so. That means you try. So you got half of it, more than half of it. Alright, good. Alright, so the next question then I will ask has to do with the, let me see what I have here. Give me one app that you can use as a parent to monitor your children's devices from Google. Google what? But what's the name of the app that you would use? It's Google, but there's more to it. Young man? Parent what? What is it? Well, it's parental control because they're controlling you, they're controlling your device from afar. Googling? Actually, Google family, but at least they have more than half of it. Alright, so that's 3. Alright, in my latter part of my presentation, what percentage of parents or persons did I say have open online platforms? Over 50? Sir? We're waiting for your giveaway. There. Alright, so there you have it. Thank you all for having me. I do hope. One more? Alright, so, right, okay, so give me an age-appropriate alternative to YouTube. No, the age-appropriate, alright, give me a substitute for YouTube, for young children. Huh? No, not the age, a substitute for YouTube, for the big YouTube. Alright, thank you all. I'm glad you were all listening, and if you get the content, you got most of it. So, all the information I gave you can be found online at the Broadcasting Commission's website or on the getsaveonline.org.jm. Thank you for having me. Come back here. Come back here. Sir? It's not back here. No, but I want her to come back here. So I made it to get it. So during my presentation, I noticed that you were responsive and that you answered most of the questions or assisted persons with the answer, which meant you were very taking attention. That's not right, but you took attention. You're a guilty parent. Yeah, I know. You're one of those parents. So, with that being, you see, there's a reward, there is a reward for taking notes. There's a reward for being, involved, right? And so, what's your name? Alright, and so we thank you today, Karen, for being a part of this school's setup. And for being here today meant that you have good intentions for your children and you want the best for them. So thank you, and make sure that you're part of the other issues that are the Peace Coalition and the others. Great. Okay.
Lady Roxanne Linton, thank you so much for coming, making yourself available. And your presentation was, as Dr. Reed said, spot on. We thank you so much. We wish we had more time, but so on behalf of the Manchester Peace Coalition, it gives me great pleasure to give you this small token of our appreciation. And I'm sure the parents also join in. Thank you. All right? Thank you.
You're not allowed to do the kissing. I will do it.
Thank you all.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for our presenter. Bottles?
We have bottles to give out, but I don't know if they have enough.
Okay, so we have something else to give away. Those who got things already cannot get them. We have some giveaways, all right? You'll sue them. Some bottles, yes. But carry on, can't get anything else. All right. So it was good for us to be here. And you get everything. I know you get food, you get, man. I'm sure no one is sorry that they came. So we're going to move on. We have our next presentation. Miss Faye Robinson, are you ready? Ready? Okay, so unleashing the potential in a difficult child. Anybody can identify a difficult child? You don't have difficult children, right? They're all wonderful and hunky-dory and everything is so nice and easy. Sometimes you have to wonder if your children are angels, right? You have to wonder if they're angels or it's fallen angel. Oh, Lord, have mercy. All right, so we have someone here who's going to tell us how to unleash the potential in a difficult child. Amen? So we invite Miss Faye Robinson to present at this time.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I know I may seem a little odd in my attire and my whole disposition, but never mind. When you begin to talk parenting, it means you're really in the construction zone. All right? So I have to put on my hard hat, my hard boots, and I have my tool. All right? Ah, nice. So you're going to work with me today. We're co-laborers, all right? And believe me, you'll be paid. Not in cash, but you'll certainly be rewarded. So today, well, I use the term problem child in quotation marks because that's often what we say, all right? But I will still put my disclaimer that there's really no problem child, but I want us to bust this myth, all right? We have children with problem, not problem children. So we're gonna throw that out before today is over, all right? Nice. Can you assist me, please? Just to give you an idea where we're going today. So what is it that we have? What's happening around us? What's happening in our country? How did we get to where we are? And so we're going to look at parenting and we're going to look at popular culture. What's the impact of negative parenting or poor parenting and popular culture on our children? What are some of the issues we're seeing? And then the question is, where do we go from here? Believe me, we're going to get through this. I'm not in tracksuit, but we're going to get through it in good time. So, Dr. Elizabeth Ward of the University of the West Indies, in 2017, she did a study along with some others, and here are some of the things that they found. Let's put into context why we need to pay attention to our children and the behaviors and how we're going to address them. So what she found out is that violence is the 4th leading cause of death in Jamaica. Premature death. The 4th leading cause of premature death. Youth are the most affected by violence, be that it's done against them or they are the ones who cause it, the perpetrators of violence, right? Here's it now. Unemployment, unstable families, attraction to the fast life, exposure to violence, and a negative community environment drive youth to become perpetrators of violence. So we see some of the issues, right? Last year, Jamaica, I believe, had its very best theme for Parents Month. And I think we should perpetuate it until we get it. And the theme was reignite the village. Yes? And these kind of things, you know, we have a Jamaican saying, ashes cold, dog sleeping there. When the real Jamaican village goes cold, then stuff like violence and the fast life mantra and those things are going to stand out. Yeah? But let's move on. What she also found, well, that was Dr. Ward. UNICEF now, in their own research, 2021, said Jamaica's children, since the COVID pandemic, have lost an estimated 1.3 billion in-class hours due to COVID and school closures. The most vulnerable children who struggle to access remote education have been hit the hardest, and there's still a significant number of children who remain disengaged. Now, if we have our children missing school, not getting their formal education, not benefiting from the structure, and might I also say, not benefiting from the nutrition that school provides, because some of them, the only proper meal is through the PATH program. When we have things not going in a normative way for our children, when the routines are broken up, then that also sets the stage for them to become, as Dr. Ward found out, victims as well as perpetrators of crime and violence. Next. Continuing the UNICEF report, school dropout, poor educational outcomes, and lack of opportunities have contributed to an increase in youth, not in education, not in employment or training, and who represent 35% of the 14 to 24 years old. Yes, from 13 years a child can work in this country. Under the Child Care Protection Act, it's allowed. However, work must never interrupt school. So when they have the reference being to persons 14 to 24, then it's not a breach, all right? So what they're actually saying is, with all that has been going on, our children are being set up. Think about it. The fast life is attractive for the person who is not getting the schooling. Yeah? It's a way to make money quick. And being out of school for approximately 2 years, many of our children have lost the interest, the zeal to even do schooling. Might I say? Some will even look at you and say, how many years you go to school for, how many degrees you have? Sure, well, you take 1 month to get me, can get that in a day. Oh. You know what I'm saying? So it's appealing, but there's a risk to it. The system that's out there does fly fishing. You see the nice little thing bobbing on the top of the water, but there's a hook underneath it, all right? Here's another thing about our context. Approximately 50,000 adolescents of secondary school age are out of school, and 3 out of 5 of these children are boys. Oh, Lord. Pregnancy and financial problems are the main reasons why children from the poorest household stop attending school. Girls drop out due to pregnancy. Boys, you have to go bush, you know. You have to go help out. Yeah? So, goes out the picture. Let's flow. Now, one of the things that came out in the pandemic very strongly is that there was an increase in the incidences of abuse. Domestic abuse, that both spousal abuse and abuse towards children. When children grow up in an environment, remember I said in our context, poor parenting is one of the issues that contributes to the problems we have in our children. Now, some of the children who we see and we deem them to be bad, it's not that they're bad, they're really sad. Because a lot is going on, but we see the behavior. The behavior is only a representation. It's the fruit of a seed that has been planted. Right? And many times when our children act out, they're only a reflection of the system of which they're part, which is the home environment and the wider community. So we have to be patient enough. So if they're experiencing abuse, if they're being hit and punched and shouted at, when they come to school, when they're on the street, it's likely that they're going to do that. You saw the presentation just made. Children really live what they learn. They model behavior, right? Good. Let's move on. Now, here's another thing. Anybody ever have somebody come up to them as a man and say, yo, dog, Huh? Anybody ever hear the greeting? Yeah. Them say me G to you know what they say. Yo, dog. Gentlemen over here, you know what they're saying? Yeah, I'm not greet one another, so do it's a roof, roof. All right? I want us to look at these pictures and then we're going to tell you the relevance of them. So I say, yo, dog, right? Next one. Yeah, about Chopper? Man call himself Chopper. Right? Did you know that this is what Chopper is? And Chopper is dominant in some of the games that these children go and play in the game shop. Coming back to it. Next one. Gallus. Oh, I think I leave out one of the L. Yeah, I leave out one. All right, forgive me. Yes, man, Gallus. You know that one, guys? You know what we just learned? Where we have problems with our children, among the vulnerable, if you find 2 girls, you find 3 boys. Right? So in a culture where we have parental abuse of our children, violence, and violence is not only physical, but verbal aggression, telling them things, cussing them, saying derogatory terms to our children, yeah, and up in their face and threatening with the finger. Think of that. Think of the culture that also says, you must bring out all your claws and your teeth to deal with a situation. Dog mentality. Yeah? And the dog mentality ties into the Gallus one too. Anybody remember the song? Old dog like me have the girl them in a 2s and 3. Anybody remember that song? Huh? Yes, man. The dog thing I come from far, you know. So what is a dog? A dog is a promiscuous, ferocious animal. Is that what you are as a male? No. That's not what our boys are. So, hey, anybody call on a dog, say, yo, I don't mean that. You see me on all 4s. Yeah? So you make sure you point that out. And this whole thing of, now, when you put the abuse, let me go back to the chopper and thing. Scamming and chopper go together. You get it? Scamming and chopper go together. You go in there and say, boy, and here's where the means justifying the end does not, the end justifying the means does not work. You'll have some youth who say, boy, things rough enough and sit there, no, mama, not even have no money, and we live in another house here too long and it broke down. We forget things like differently. If we go into this thing, can't just help out mama, everybody good, and me come out of it. You can't come out of it. That's where the chopper talk. No, and otherwise the guys in the ghetto say, that's when the dog went back. It's so much about violence. The gun is also seen as the dog. Bring out the big dog, them. Maybe some of you children hear the terms where you don't really understand where they're coming from. Maybe some of you do. But I want to say to you, these kind of negative expressions in our culture, in our society, come in a lot on our music, especially. And mind you, I have no problem with music because I'm a DJ myself. But you have to watch the content. Music is lovely, but watch the content. All right? Because whatever you feed will grow, what you starve will die. So if you feed your brain on things that are negative, that part going to grow, but the part that's supposed to allow you to learn is going to shrink. Let's move on. All right, so the impact of these kind of things in our culture. You make it move on. There was a time when, you know, children happy and nice and I go to school. That was then. This is now when they get to teenage years especially, which is where we tend to have a big challenge. Mind you, parenting really starts from the choice of a partner. That's right. Parenting really starts from the choice of a partner. You see, you come like your workless papa. Hello? Except it was a case of rape or forced, then you choose him. And he's half papa, half you. The child is half of each parent, right? That's straight biology. So for us to consider how we refer to our children, how we describe them, we have to know that we would have chosen who our mate was going to be. In the mainstream, I know things happen, but in the mainstream, we choose our mates, right? So next, children, you get a head start. When you're considering relationship, make sure that is somebody who is worth replicating or repeating the qualities, all right, of. And so what tends to happen is this now. We have our children who, from the early stages, we treat them nice, so nice like a baby cutie pie. When they do wrong, we don't speak to them. We don't correct them sometimes. We don't set the appropriate boundaries. Mama, I want this, I want, and as they say, want, like siren, you get them, you know what I mean? Guys, an emergency. Emergency. No. We have to teach our children early if we're going to really regain a generation. Yeah? The teenagers kind of gone through the door somewhat in that regard, but we still have some hope. But for the little ones that you may have now, it's very important that you begin to teach early what it is to delay gratification. Oh, yes, your hands are in the floor and the picnic come on and say, me want some water. You have to teach them as much as you care. Please wait. Me hungry. But you can't eat the raw flour. You know, you're going to say those words, but you're going to say, yes, darling, I know you're hungry, but just give me a moment. Wait a moment. Just wait. You already know within yourself that I'm hungry now, but you're not got dead. You understand? So just those little messages, please wait. Reassure them. I acknowledge your hunger. That is real. It's true. I know you're hurting, baby. But just, you can't use your dirty, your mess of flour hand on the child. Not true. I'm going to take out water out the fridge. So teaching them to wait. You go to the supermarket and everything, they pick up and throw in the thing all when it is garbage, as in empty calories, has no use to your system. Then the sour sweetie, which I can never understand, and all these other little stuff. They didn't say want this, a game. No, that's not love. That is spoiling. And anything is spoiled is likely to be thrown away. Right? So we set the boundaries early. You mustn't have your child calling you Janet, Jillian. Right? No. Your child must understand the distinction. You may say, but I'm a friend. Don't take it up like my son and say, Mommy should be parenting. P-E-E-R-I-N-G. I say, no parenting between me and you. It's parenting. Yeah, the parent has to sit on the top of the pyramid. Why? Not because you're superior as a human being, but because the parent carries a weight of responsibility which you as a child cannot carry. And I was hope that in the household, on the tier of that pyramid, you have the smaller children be at the base because they're most dependent. But as they grow and grow into adolescent, they can climb because then they should be participating more in household stuff. Helping you to write the shopping list, helping to work out the budget, making sure they do the chores, guiding the little ones with their homework. So they rise on the tier based on how much responsibility they're able to take on. But we're not friends like that. We're not pals. We're friends, but we're not pals like that. No. Me rampant with the botany. Share the salting different. Me know me have some Jamaican side here today, right? Okay, good. That's where we are. All right, so what we have seen happening now is that those other things that's been going on in our society, the ills of society, impact our children's brain. Let me tell you a quick little thing about the brain. The brain, when a baby is in the uterus, in the womb, brain development happens from the back to the front, okay? And it happens over time. It doesn't all mature during the intrauterine stage or while the baby is in the tummy. But if you ever notice when the baby is born, as the baby comes out, the baby cries, right? And you never lick the baby, you know? Generally, that's how the baby gets its real first good breath of air. Baby comes out, the brain feels starved for oxygen. That's air going in there, right? So the back of the brain, the first part that is formed is responsible for survival. So hunger, thirst, sense of pain, and all of that, the back part of the brain. Now as the brain grows to the midbrain now, which focuses so much more on just feeling, and teens are there a lot. How I feel about me, how others feel about me. Am I loved? Do I belong? Right? All of that. And the impulse and the desire to get things now, immediate gratification, that's all tied into the hind and the midbrain. But the frontal part of the brain that is responsible for us being able to delay gratification, put things off a little bit. Sex was here before you were born, before I was born. It's always going to be here. You can put it off, finish school. But because the front part of the brain will teach you about long-term planning and delaying gratification, not quite ready yet, you just run it down. Which is why parents and people like myself, psychologists and so on, have to come into play to help be that frontal lobe for you while it is yet underdeveloped. So we will tell you wait, and we will tell you often enough your brain begin to learn what waiting is. Right? We will have to guide you in terms of making good judgment. You have a friend and the friend look good. And you say, oh, he look good, he must be a good friend. The parent or the adult in your life is the one who will now help you to look a little deeper. So tell me some more about your friend. Yes, him look good and him dress good. Let me hear a little more about the family. Yes? Because if your friend already come to school, I drive beamer. You know? But when me check it out, him father is a little farmer. And no disrespect to farmers. I am one. Yeah, my construction work on a farm. When a farm full though. Right? But you begin to ask some question. Because chances are, if the family now nothing but him suddenly have a big beamer drive, you have to be very careful now. So the parent or the teacher, the adult who is responsible, is able to help you know. We're not saying anything bad. We're not making a judgment. But them say you know the quality of the pumpkin by what they call it, it blossom. Yes, or by their fruit, you know them. So you see certain kind of attitude and behaviors that make your antenna go up. And you have to now coach the child and say, is this really where you want to be? And teach them about the aiding and abetting. And show me your company and tell you who you are. You use those little proverbs and say, people will brand you by virtue of who you associate with. So be careful. Yeah? You have to tell them, say, nothing licky, take it, yummy. I know everybody, them tell, say, they're hungry. You understand? Yeah, man, because people will take that and use against you too. How many girls have gotten pregnant or even gotten trafficked because they wanted a hype phone? So we have to teach them. Yes? Be that frontal lobe for them. And here's one thing I'm going to throw into the mix. In the midst of all the other things that comes out in the culture, one thing that's culturally acceptable and now decriminalized is the use of marijuana. I might I say this to us, my little children, especially who are here, and parents. Marijuana is one of those things that seriously damages the development of the frontal lobe of the brain. It thwarts the child's ability to learn because when it comes on to what we call working memory, which is what they will need to do well and to excel in their academics and stuff, that part is eroded. Marijuana contributes to what is referred to that sense of lack of regard for authority. Yes? Because of the impairment that it causes on the brain. And may I say this? Yes, marijuana is a good herb, you know. Very, very good herb. Yeah, man, it's good. But you see, once you apply heat to marijuana, whether you eat the brownie, the cookie, whether you steam it with your callaloo, whether you put it in your soup, in your stew, whether you smoke it, once you apply heat to marijuana, you release a chemical called delta-9-THC, and that loves fat, and it goes to the brain, and it messes up the whole thing. Now you may say, but Mr. Man, I smoke for how much year in life, and you're not doing nothing. Well, I've seen men who have smoked for many years of their life, and it's when they get in their 60s, they end up in Bellevue Hospital. I have seen university students drop out of university with one puff of marijuana. You don't know. Puss and dog now have the same look. So you may say, boy, I just one little draw me a take, and that mash you down. So prevention is better than cure, or an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. That's the English rendition. But in Jamaica, we say prevention better than cure. Nice. I'm Jamaican, right? Okay, so let me move on a little now, because I know I don't have a lot of time. So with all the mix of stuff and the conflicting messages, what is it that we have before us in terms of the children who we encounter? The children who are in our home. Do we have children who are, we look and we say, hey, she mad, you know, look on how she behave. Oh, that one, the bad man, you know, see me run away from home. Oh, no, this child's actually just sad. But the same brain that I spoke to you about a while ago is responsible for something that we call the fight, flight, fright mechanism. When our children have gone through trauma, right, such as happens in child abuse, such as happen when they have been trafficked, such as happen when trauma may have occurred to their colleagues, their good friends, or family member, and we call it vicarious trauma, where they're traumatized by what they saw happening. When a child is in a home where their mother is being beaten, or daddy is being beaten by mommy, because that happened too. Yeah, man, mommy use a frying pan, clapper, while papa will use a fist. Well, when a child has that sense of insecurity and not sure if mommy going to die tonight and all of that, yeah, the brain, that midbrain section there, yes, that helps us to deal with threats to our system. It is in hyperactivity. It's over-functioning. So a child responds, and all of us, by the way, but more so for the child who doesn't have the frontal lobe and the requisite skills to help cope with the different things. When a child has to be either deciding that, look, make a fight back to get out of this situation, yeah, or make a just try and escape, run away, or they just find themselves give up because they can't manage. Put it this way, let me give you a good example. COVID pandemic came. You may see this as non-combative, but it's a very, very serious threat to our children, or was. So COVID came. You have the child who probably was already struggling with literacy and numeracy issues. You're struggling at school. COVID comes in. The child is now at home, expected to be online. When the online you really, really understood before was a pin the clothespin, a line with the clothespin. But now you have to do your schoolwork online. Child already not reading well. No, the father who is usually abusive, or the mother, is home more because lockdown. Or put it this way, and abuse could come in different ways, by the way. The child is also missing out on developmental experiences. So the child who love track and love football and love debate and love quiz can't participate in any of these things. And think about that child who is an only child who has no sibling to play with. What a threat. Such was the situation. So what do we find happening? COVID has happened. Many of our children, they were pretty much locked down. They went into a state of just freezing. Me can't manage schoolwork, me can't bother. So them nobody even go class. Can them not understand? Sometimes they don't have credit, sometimes they don't have credit. Some of them can't bother fight. They don't feel like they have the skills to fight. But some of them really decided that, well, I am going to put up my best. So they got into fight mode and they really got it done. Some of those children, as I said, it could be that them just sit and them freeze. Some just avoid it totally, which is the flight. What do we see now that school has reopened? Those children who were socially isolated, those children who had to endure so much stress and trauma during the pandemic because of lockdown and maybe being molested at home or being beaten or being overworked because parents gone and them have to take care of the other little them. Imagine a 10-year-old who is now the predominant caregiver with little 6-month-old baby in the house and another 9-year-old and still having to be doing the schoolwork. At 10? But that's such was the reality. So the child comes out, no one, you have over-parentified children, you have over-sexualized children because sometimes there's no monitoring on the internet space, right? And so they were exposed to all kind of things. And we heard the presentation. You think about that child who just did some sexting, never knew it would be so bad, and now they go back to school and everybody has said, hey, you. They have a lot dealing with. So what do we find? Some of them just go and bring out all the teeth so the dog will come out. Very ferocious. You understand? Some of them will hide their incompetencies in terms of academics underneath that violent outer coat. They have to defend themselves and show you something, have something above you. Right? I'm not excusing the behavior. I'm only explaining the behavior. Right? Let's flow. And of course, oftentimes we don't worry too much about the sad one, you know. Most time is the one who we see as bad, right? Or mad and angry. But the sad one is the one oftentimes you see cutting. Though sometimes you don't see it because they wear long sleeves. If your child is always wearing sweater, always wearing long sleeve, even if broiling sun out, you probably need to take a check, you know. Especially if you note that they're withdrawn, they're not interested in anything, they're not eating properly, they're not sleeping properly. The schoolwork, there's decline, they're tearful sometimes. Watch that child. That could be a sad child, not only the one that fight, you must pay attention to. All right, so where do we go from here, given all the challenges that we have had and are still having? One of the things that I do believe is important, and this is my personal bias, we need to realign our village with what it really means to be Jamaican. The Jamaica I grew up in many years ago, yeah man, a long time ago, you know. The Jamaica I grew up in, we had values that spoke to neighborliness. We would always use that African proverb, it takes a a village to raise a child. Yes, there is a village still, but there's so many competing voices in the village, and some of those voices are not the ones we want our children to hear. But back in the day, we had a commonality of value system that when somebody's child went out of line, another person could correct. Might I say to us that there is still scope for us to redeem our nation by redeeming our culture as a people? I believe that we can get the geniuses out of our children who are deemed to be bad if we tap into what it truly means to be Jamaican. Thank you. I feel like I'm in parliament, but I'm not a politician. Right? Listen, as Jamaicans and children, I want you to get this. Let me tell you how important you are as a Jamaican. Every time you speak your nationality, Jamaican, you're speaking your capacity. The last 4 letters in your nationality spell what? Spell them for me now. I can. I-C-A-N. So that's the first thing you need to know. You want to see the genius coming out? Just remind yourself of who you are. I am a Jamaican, and by virtue of that, I can. And if you're a person of faith like myself, you will add to that, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So be a Jamaican. That's the first thing. The other thing that we need to do is get back to the values of neighborliness and caring and sharing. Back in the day, man, before you eat your Sunday dinner, you get the liquor carrier wrapped up in the towel and you run, go give Mass, Bam Bam, Mass, Laura, Miss Jean, Miss Jill. Give them dinner and then you run back home and eat. No frown, no fuss. That was the culture. Yeah? Back in the day, you had duties, you had chores. I remember 5:30 every morning. I'm a CC Pass student, and I had to travel like 6 miles or so to school. But every morning before going to school, by 5:30, I was in the dining room, under the dining table, cleaning the floor. I remember that precisely because I'd be tuning to Back to the Bible at the same time while I'm cleaning. And we never used broom. The broom and the mop was for the adult. You better get down on your knee with the brush and the piece of cloth and do the work. But what do we do now? We say to our children, you know, me got you too much when me a picnic. No, I know we do it. You're not helping them. When we teach our children to do chores, to get involved, we're helping them to balance so that when they become adults, they will know how to balance their lives, which will be work, school, family, and whatever else. So we have to be Jamaicans, teach them the value of work, so they run away from the chopper thing and understand, say, in the sweat of your brow you eat bread, boy. Because chopper on there give you cough and bangle. But then again, many of them have what we call a foreshortened future. I mean, I live long. That's a lie. I said to some youth the other day, I said, look, but what if you should live long? Do you think that the generation now who are looking up to you, if you misguide them by your attitude, when you become an old man and they're in middle age and are supposed to be the ones responsible for your welfare, what are they going to do? If there are people in the banking sector going to rob your money because you never impart any good value to them. If they are in the field of medicine, you may go into the heart surgery and come out leaving without a kidney. Because if we don't teach them the right values, even when they're wearing white collar, they're going to do the wrong thing. And by the way, how do we want them to even treat us? I feel like I'm preaching. Woo! I tell you, I better take up my hammer to remind myself where I am. All right, so, and in all of this too, there's what we can do on the ground. But I do believe that there is what needs to be done in terms of legislation. And not just having legislation, but enforcing it. We have a Child Care and Protection Act, and how many people will know or have good enough reason to suspect that a child is being abused, and yet they remain quiet? And if my business, the informer, I think, man, informer, yeah? Well, if you don't become the informer, you may find yourself being in a different farm. Yeah? But we have to own each child as if that child is ours. My colleagues in psychiatry will tell me that I'm deluded, but I tell them they are, I'm not. Because I say to everybody, I own Jamaica. I own this country, and the children of this country are mine. Yes, parents, I own your children, they're mine. But what you own, you take care of. Yeah? So if I see, and listen, I don't have to know them by name. I don't have to know them at all. But if I see a child out of line, I remember the village I grew up in. It's my duty to help that child. Come here, son. Your tie is all the way down there. Let me show you something, young man. You're such a handsome young man. Come now. Let me see you dressed like the executive you're going to be. I do this to them on the road. I take them aside and say, let's fix that tie. And especially if they're wearing my school tie. But after all, I own the schools. Mr. Harris, Edwin Allen is mine as well. All right? So what we need to do, so as we talk about our own village and getting back to the values and ensuring that the rights of our parents and children, because parents have rights too. Anywhere there are rights, there are responsibilities. Anywhere there are responsibilities, there are rights. Children love say, maybe I have my rights, but they must take, oh, come on now. You'll get your rights exercised to the extent to which you show yourself to be responsible. So you want a right to, you have a right to freedom. But how responsible are you in handling it? Yeah? They have to go together. There are some external negative voices. We listen too much to up north, man. We need to get real and be ourselves. So we look at the North American culture, respect to the US. No problem with you right there. I prefer all you have done. But there are some absence of values or some new values they're taking on that won't fit well in this scope. Yeah? You check. When you look at what looks good and the freedom they seem to have, look as well as at the outcome. How many shootings have we had in schools? Yes? How many of those have they had? How many incidents? Our murder rate is high and it's highly reported. But how many things are underreported because of who is reporting it? So children and boys especially are already vulnerable. So nobody say you come from third world country and then them use that to beat you down. No, rise! You're Jamaican. Let us tailor our expectations to tie into the inherent talents and interests of our children. This is how we're going to make them geniuses. So next slide now speaks to what we call multiple intelligences. Over the years, we expect that our children will be bright. We talk about IQ. Slide up some more for me. Continue. Let me just get to this because time is gone, really. Multiple intelligences, right. We talk a lot about IQ, which is geared to how well the child is able to perform academically. But might I say to us, there are a lot of brilliant people who are emotionally bankrupt. What's the word should I use? Emotionally, them daft, them dunce. Yeah? How many people have you seen in high places who do not know how to control themselves? How many have been implicated in different kinds of scandals or whatever? You know why that happens? Because they're not emotionally intelligent. Emotional intelligence is a school of thought brought about by a man called Howard Gardner. And, well, the aspect of it now is the multiple intelligences that I want us to talk about, where he says that our children are not only, we don't only need them to be IQ smart, good with math and English and so on, but we need to also know that different people excel in different areas of life. So when you think of a person like Usain Bolt now, right? He would look at Usain and say, wow, he is bodily kinesthetic in terms of his intelligence. So he said there are 9 intelligences. There are some people who stand out in some areas. So you see me coming here with my hard hat and my hammer and my hard boot. Immediately you start thinking that, man, my spatial skills are up because I belong in construction and engineering. Right? So all I'm bringing out here, there are people who are gifted. I think I relate well to people. Some people may think, say, boy, interpersonally, I'm very intelligent in that area. I know how to relate to people. I am not so intelligent, really, when it comes to the spatial thing, because I can hardly draw a straight line, especially with a ruler, even. Right? So I want to be in what you see me wearing today. But when you check your children, some of them are excellent. Some can run, they can play football, and they can do high jump and whatever. They're excellent. That's a form of intelligence. That's their gifting. And we need to encourage and support it. Don't punish them by telling them, say, you're not going to a club. You're not on a track. No. You could be lightening them future, as we put it. Not because they may not be very good at math. There is something called a math learning disorder. There are learning disorders, real problem that can prevent the children from learning. What is the duty of the parent and the school? Get them tested. But don't just say everybody must come out of this school with an average of 85%, otherwise you're a failing school. That's not good enough. We have some children who they may not be good at the math and the English, but you put them in that computer lab like that little boy, and they'll create things that will make you marvel. There are some you put them on the farm and you'll be amazed to see what they make of it. Yeah, woodwork, metalwork, auto mechanics. Let's tap into that too and find out where our children will excel. Match them with their areas of excellence. Dip into their intelligences, their talents, and not label them by virtue of what we expect and we think they're not meeting. It was Einstein, I understand, who said, if you judge a fish by its ability to climb, it will spend its entire life thinking it is stupid. So let's not only judge our children as geniuses because they're bright academically, but let us look at where else they excel, because maybe we are judging them by the wrong meter stick. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to be sharing with you today. Just one last thing. I put a couple takeaways. I said, 1, every child is good, all right? 2, and I said it at the start, we do not have problem children. We have children with problem. And when we rewire the thinking and let them understand that they're worthwhile, then you'll see them begin to shine. Some of us, our words have become clouds, and that's why we're not seeing the genius. Move the clouds and let the sunshine come through, and you'll see who you really have. Here's another thing. So maybe you had your child who started off very well, was doing well in school and all of that. And suddenly you see a change in behavior by the time they get to 15. But it was your lovely child who you had no problem with. But no, the behavior, boy, is like you can't manage it. What are you going to do with them? Question is, what do you do when your good donkey stop walking? Anybody here have a donkey? Anybody know about donkey? Oh, but nobody have the donkey. I need to send them down to British in Clarendon. But here's the point. I don't know if I've overstayed half hour, but just to say this to you. I know about farming. I used to ride donkey, mule, and all them things there. But a donkey is a very reliable animal. It will take you virtually anywhere. Even when you don't want to walk with your feet, the donkey will get its way in there. Now imagine that you have a donkey with 200-pound weight of yam coming down the hillside and you are also in the saddle. The donkey suddenly stops and you maybe fall off and the donkey go down. What are you going to do? Beat him like Balaam? Donkey could be tired. Donkey could have, could have a nail or something in the hoof. Donkey could have a belly ache. But you know what oftentimes? Donkey could be thirsty, but oftentimes the donkey has a bruised back. So it is helpful for you to take off the load, take yourself off, take off the load, little by little, even though you have to pack it back. But you need to strip down to find out what's the problem. And you may find that you have on all the right padding, but just one little piece of board was stuck in the sponge. And you're up there and the weight is there and it'll rub the donkey back. This is what's happening with many of our children. They're under pressure, man. A lot is going on. Online, at school, at home. It's a whole lot. Are you a good donkey, man? Don't give up on them. Don't swap them. Take the time to find the problem and help them heal. Even little ashes will do it. But if the ashes can't work, find an expert. Blessings on you. Thank you so much for having me today.
Oh, wow. That was good, isn't it? Wasn't it? Oh, yes. So, if your good donkey stop walking, what are you going to do? That is the question. She mentioned some things. You're going to have some questions, by the way. You're going to get some more phone cards and all of that. But she mentioned something, sorry. She mentioned something about delayed gratification. And then she mentioned the thing about the lot of scamming when persons are saying that you have to work so hard and look what you get compared to the quick thing. And she mentioned some Jamaican proverbs. There's one of them that my grandmother always tell me, and my students will tell you. And the same day leaf drop in the water, it rotten. You know that one? That is a very profound proverb. And the same day leaf drop in the water, it rotten. That is a serious thing. And sometimes we think it's peace and safety. sudden destruction. Our Jamaican proverbs, the best. And they have so much meaning to it. And our children need to learn them. And we have moved away from that. Parents don't sit down and tell children these things. Everything is online. I was telling my daughter last night, she's 28, about this. You ever hear about the coffin with the two going around Jamaica with the duppy? Anybody know anything there? Remember that? About the coffin with the two junker and the and Mr. Brown. Yes. And I told her about it. I went online and it was there and showed her. And there are many persons in Jamaica used to gather because they hear the coffin is coming with the two junker. And they say went up on the courthouse and the coffin went in the courthouse and they're looking for Miss Brown and Bob Marley sing a song on it too that many of you don't even know. But next time I'll talk about that. So I'm waiting for the questions, but we're going to move on. And we'll, at the end, we'll have all the questions and we give away not 5, but 10. After the 2 presentations, we give away 10 phone cards. Okay? And the baskets too. Okay? And while they're talking about the basket and they're pointing on who's going to get the basket, I'm watching their fingers pointing back. All right? Okay? So I hope the persons are hearing that. Okay, so at this time, we have with us a young lady who knows a lot about taking care of self. If you look at her, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Amen? Oh, yes. And Dr. Dinette Watson-Edwards is going to talk about taking care of self. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Edwards.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, it's a pleasure being here. I am Mrs. Edwards, but I will take that, you know, and pray that someday that I will be Dr. Edwards, right? So I work at Richmond United Church, and I am the psychologist there, and I provide counseling to the wider community. With me today, I have Miss Felicia Vernon, and she is a student psychologist, and so she's with me for a time. And so today we will be talking with you on self-care. All right, so you have been listening to the eloquent nurse. She is a contractor, but I know her as a nurse. And you have all been sitting and eating. So before we start, we're going to do a quick icebreaker, right? We're going to wake you up a little bit, okay? And Miss Vernon will be engaging you in something quick and simple.
So I want you to stretch up. Yes, both hands. I can't put up. On your tippy toes. All right. I want you to twist your upper body. All right, to the left. No, to the right. All right, hands down. All right, I don't know if you can have, digested, but we're going to touch the toes if you can. Touch the toes. All right. And then one more time up, both hands, and then sit down. Thank you.
All right, so I am changing the pace a little bit and looking at self-care. It's all about what you as parents can do to take care of yourselves, all right? And we know that parenting is not an easy job. Would you all agree? It is not an easy job. Sometimes you have work, you have children to take care of, especially sometimes you have children who are also, not very well. And so doing all these things, having house chores to take care of. There are many children, maybe other family members, and sometimes it's you alone, right? And so the demand is there and you can become overwhelmed, all right? So, you listen to the other two presenters talk, right? But now we are going to talk a little bit. And I cannot give an idea of what this demand is like as parents, but I want to hear from you individually what your life is like as a parent, taking care of your family, doing all that you have to do. What is that like for you? It is overbearing, challenging, tiresome. Anything else? Very hectic. All right. Exhaustion. Yep. Sometimes confused. Okay, and what's the reason for being confused? It's too much. So you don't know what to pay attention to. All right. Anything else? Hard to understand the many children that you have to deal with, because guess what? Each child is unique. They have their own personality, so you can't just lump them together, right? Okay. Now, I have my objectives here. We're going to look at what is self-care, and I also include self-compassion because that's also a part of self-care. And I have discussing groups, but it's kind of hard to get in groups, so we'll just talk individually, right, about the demands of being a parent. And I asked you that already. What are the reasons why we need to take care of ourselves? Okay, and how can we do that? What does that look like? And if we don't, what are the negative effects or impact when we don't self-care? And what are the benefits when we self-care? And there are benefits to us as parents, there are benefits to our children and other family members. So that's just a little quick talk we're going to do to kind of give you guys an idea of how you can take care of yourselves. Okay? Now, what would you say is self-care? What is self-care? Finding time for yourself. Going to the doctor. Exercising. Things we do in our spare time. You know, we can work in our spare time. Yes, sir? Maintaining a healthy diet. Yes, my little girl? What did she say? Take care of yourself. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Can you give me an example of how you take care of yourself? Or how mommy take care of you? I'll soon come to you, man. Huh? Brush your teeth and wash your clothes. Keep your clothes clean. Very good. Yes, yes, young man. Keeping your surrounding clean. Very good. Anybody else have anything to say? Getting enough rest and sleep. So we know the things to do to self-care. Have we been doing them? Huh? No? Not as much? Sometimes? All right, because I hear you say parenting is stressful and all of that. So, okay. All right. So, what I have for self-care is anything parents intentionally do to improve your own health and well-being. So you can feel good about yourself. All right? And so it is in engaging in activities to help someone relax, to re-energize, right? Sometimes when we re-energize, we take a break and we come back again. We're able to see things from a different perspective. We have more energy, all right? We can solve problems that we weren't able to solve before because we know we're fresh, right? So self-care is very important. All right. Now, nurse spoke about being at the top of the pyramid, right? As parents, we have to be at the top of that pyramid. So another thing with self-care is that it helps you to stay at the top of your game at all times, being in control and just being able to manage all the different things that you have to do. And they say that self-care falls under these following headings or dimensions that I call them, right? It can be done physically, psychologically, emotionally, socially, spiritually, and professionally. So there are 6 areas under which self-care can fall. Okay? Now, what is self-compassion? All right, good. And you do that. You do that. Good. Yes. So self-compassion just means to be kind and patient and gentle with ourselves and not being too hard on ourselves, right? And sometimes we feel like no matter how much we're doing, we feel like we're still not doing enough, right? And sometimes we make mistakes. We get so hard on ourselves, but we learn from mistakes. Okay, and life is a journey, and it's all about learning to make those mistakes and learning from the mistakes. And that's what self-compassion means. So, what are some reasons why you think we need to really self-care? All right, I hear self what? Self-preservation, yes. Tell me what you mean by that. No. All right. You're preserving yourself. Okay, good. The hand over there, that lady in the pretty, pretty blouse, yes? If you don't take care of self, you can't take care of others. All right. So it's like when you are on the airplane, for those of us who travel, and they have that demonstration, and they say you have to put on your mask first. You have to put on your mask first before you can put on other people's masks. All right. You? Mm-hmm. Your life to help. Okay. All right. Good. So self-care is a great way for persons to make sure that your needs are being taken care of. As we just mentioned, putting on your mask first. All right. And you will be better able to carry out your responsibilities. As we mentioned before, you have more energy. Right? You can see things from a different perspective, and you're able to do what you are supposed to do. All right? Now, we already looked at some of the things you shared with me that you do for self-care, all right? But we are going to, we have some others that we are going to share. And we are going to look at them under those 6 headings that we mentioned before. And Miss Vernon now is going to help with that activity.
I'm going to be giving some papers, and they have some letters rearranged, and I'm gonna give you in groups to try and unravel. So persons are aware of the game Scrabble, right? Yes? So you have to make the word out of the letters that you have.
So now it makes sure you have to now remember the 6 areas that we spoke about before, right? And so after you unscrabble, then you have to say which area you think that activity comes under.
Yeah, I think it's probably just one word. I can't believe I gave a lady one paper. I turned my back and turned back around and she figured it out. And she figured out the second one.
Oh, see a group over here. And there's a lady at the back that you could give. All right. Yes, what do you have on your paper? Meditation. All right. And under which, from those 6 areas that I gave, where you think meditation would fall? You remember the 6 areas? Physical, social, emotional, psychological, all right, spiritual, and there's professional or educational. Professional or educational is one. All right, anybody have figured it out? Yes, ma'am? Family time is social. Huh? Parties, social. Walking and running, and so that will be exercise. And where do you place it? Physical? All right. Dancing? All right, dancing, physical. Emotional? Okay, yes. It can be spiritual, it can be emotional, it can be psychological. Yes. Yes, ma'am? Huh? Message? Mm-mm. Massage. And where would you put massage? Under which one are the headings? Physical. All right. Anybody else have anything else to say? Prayer, and prayer is spiritual. All right. But the thing about doing these things, is that you have to be intentional about it. All right? And sometimes when life gets so stressful, we just need to make that effort to pull ourselves away. And if it's even locking the door away from the children, so you don't have to have money, it don't have to be expensive, right? Pull yourself away, lock yourself away from the children and the noise, and you're just in your room meditating, right? Listening to some good music. Okay? Or you plan a day and go to the river and you decide that you're going to have some fun, you're going to cook at the river, all right, or to the beach. Okay? Yep. Yes? I didn't hear that. being in nature, and some people love to be in nature, right? So it's whatever works for you, right? Some people, when they go to a social event, it makes them feel so good. For another person, you know, just staying home or taking a walk by themselves is quite enough for them. So it's all about your likes, your personality, right? That you will engage in these things. But you must engage in these things whether on a weekly basis or on a daily basis, all right? And we know that we have to get enough sleep and we have to eat right, because that is what is going to nourish our bodies, to sustain us so that we can take care of others, okay? So the processed food and the junk food sometimes is not so good for us, right? We need to balance. Right, balance the thing with the vegetables and so forth. Now, if we don't do these things, I heard that some of you say, you know, you get tired, you get frustrated, you feel overwhelmed, you are confused because, you know, it is important to do these things, all right? So, implications for not taking care of yourself, right? And you have changes in your sleeping habits. You're not sleeping so well because you're confused and you're worrying and you feel stressed. And when those things happen, you don't sleep well, or your eating habits will change. Some people will feel unsafe, they feel unhappy, they feel guilty, they feel vulnerable. Anxiety starts to set in. All right, and you have difficulty concentrating. And you have irritation, and you become angry, and then you start to take it out on the children, right? And they don't understand why mommy or daddy is so angry and irritable, right? And you act rough with them, and you don't want to listen to them. Don't have time for them, right? Because your body now is feeling the effects. Okay. All right. Now, research says that when we take care of ourselves, there are certain benefits to it, right? So persons who are high on self-care, you tend to be low on self-criticism. So you don't criticize yourself so much, right? You don't blame yourself so much. When you are high on self-care, means that you take a lot of time and effort to take care of yourself, then you have better health, right? Physically and mentally. And you have higher levels of self-compassion towards yourself. When you indulge in self-care, even for a little bit, it also reduces fatigue, right? You feel less tired. It increases your confidence to do what you have to do as a parent, right? It increases your perception that you are now interacting with your children, right? You are enjoying them and they are enjoying you, that relationship. So it's important to self-care. And because you're calmer. Yes. Okay. Now, when you self-care, it allows you to be more able to focus on your parenting tasks, and even if you're stressed, you know, you're still able to focus, to manage, right, and to just do what you have to do. And you're less likely to become demanding and frustrated, right? Now, there are also benefits for the children. When parents self-care, children have there's a strong influence on child development. Nurse spoke about the brain a while ago, all right? So you're not shouting after them, they're not getting frightened and anxious, you know, and unsure of themselves. Right? So it's important that you are okay so you can take care of them. All right. Yes. And they feel more confident in you. They feel more secure, that there's that sense of belonging, and they feel loved and connected. They can come and talk to you because you now have the time and patience to listen to them. All right? Yep. And they do better in school. Yeah? Because their self-esteem is, they're confident and they have a good sense of self-esteem and of who they are, right? So we see the importance of self-care, right? And sometimes for me, self-care is just taking deep breaths. Because of this, where I am, and I may be stressed about something, like I was around there and I'm stressed about getting back to work, but what can I do, right? So I just take deep breath and relax myself, right? Let me see what else is there. All right, so it's very short. So now I'm going to engage you in a type of self-care that, depending upon where you are, it's easy to do, and it's called mindfulness, right? Anybody have an idea of what mindfulness can be like? Yes, let me hear. What did she say? When you what? When you don't care about someone. Not quite, but thank you for trying. And yes, my little friend? Be careful. Not quite, but thank you. Mindfulness. All right? Kind of right. Trying to be aware of what is happening around you in the present. So your present moment now is what is happening here. This is the present, right? So we try to be mindful. So when I was around there, I was taking deep breaths and just trying to focus on listening to Nurse Robinson, right? And not worrying about something that is supposed to happen at 2 o'clock, all right? And when we are being mindful, we use our senses. Our senses. Seeing, hearing, feeling, taste, and smell. All right. All right. So I'm going to ask you to take note of 5 things that you're seeing in this environment. Quickly, just list some things. Huh? No, you can do one and another person do one. You see drums, chairs, fans. Huh? We're looking at scene. Yeah. People. All right, good. I want somebody who chose something to just describe that thing. So somebody said fan, you can describe the fan. Somebody said drums, you can describe the drums. People, choose one person to describe. Yes, ma'am? People, all right, so describe people. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. 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 All right, good. That's the last. going to take the last one over from him. What? Huh? The food. Describe the food. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, let me hear from you. All right, describe the chair. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good. 4 things that you can hear in the environment. And when I'm doing this, I just like to be quiet. So let us all be quiet and just listen. Mm-hmm. You hear that? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Atio, 4 things. 3 things that you can feel. And we're not talking about inner now, we're talking around the environment. The breeze from the fan. Over there. Okay. What else? The touch of the paper. And you can also describe, you know, what you feel, right? Anybody else?
Temperature.
Could you tell me what he's saying? Oh, so you feel hot. Good. 3 things. But also you can feel objects around you. You can feel your clothes. You can feel your skin. How do you feel sitting in the chair, your back against the chair, your butt? How your feet anchored on the ground? Your shoes, are they comfortable? Right? My one burning me. Yeah. So, 2 things that you can smell. You smell the fresh air? All right. You smell the food and how it smells. Smell nice. All right, good. And 1 thing you can taste. Yes, how did the food taste? Is the taste still in your mouth? All right, you remember the taste. Okay. Huh? Yes. All right, good. And so when you are engaged in this activity, you notice it keeps you in the present. You're not thinking about other stressors, right? The brain takes away all of that and you're not just focused on what is in the present. And we can use it in many ways. Sometimes I just say, how many different yellows I see in this room, all right? Or how many blues, I use colors, right? So there are different things that we can do. If I'm driving on the road, how many Hondas am I seeing? How many SUVs, how many white cars or blue cars are, you know, there are many ways that we can play around with it, right? And so that is mindfulness, staying in the present and also breathing, all right? You want to do a breathing exercise? All right. So finally, right, I want to let you know or remind you that self-care, it is an independent, very active, and it is powerful, right? An activity that you can do to help you to maintain optimal health. Okay? Okay, parents? Want to drop asleep? All right. Very important, right? Don't miss out on it. Okay? And it must be intentional. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to be doing a breathing exercise, right? But some persons will say, you know, you do breathing to relax. But I think that it would be right to... Nature? Yes. So you also have higher breathing exercise. Sounds interesting, right? So we're going to do a relaxation, and then we're going to do that one afterwards, and we're going to feel energized. So let's relax first. We're going to do a deep breath in. We're going to hold at the count of 5, and then we're going to exhale slowly, right? So we're going to inhale. All
All right, let's do this again. Inhale, deep breath. Release. All right, so this is a new one now. The fire breathing, I love it. So it's somewhat like you're breathing in and out very fast, but you're taking the deep breath in. So what it's doing is just giving the brain a lot of oxygen in a short amount of time, right? So it's more like, all right, we're gonna do it, right? Okay, let's go. In, out, in, out, in, out. All right, let's do it a bit faster. Ready? I'm not seeing it good. Ready? All right. In, in, hold. All right, how are you feeling? Good, all right, great, thank you.
Thank you for listening and for participating. It's hard to decide. Thank you.
What are you going to give it?
I'd like to present the basket, a candy, to that. Yes, I have to take care of this. To that gentleman there, as it relates to his contribution, he has been contributing, and I like how he was able to tie in the food, you know, with self-care. All right.
Wow, so it's good to participate. Oh yes. All right, so we want to thank our presenters. Initially, I think I said Dr. Dinette Edwards, and she told me that she's not quite there yet. But guess what happened? I was actually working according to the Bible, because her husband is a doctor, and the Bible said the two shall be one, and it never said which one. So I am still correct as far as I know. Yes, give her a big round of applause, please. Now it's time for giveaways. If you get something already, you're not getting nothing else. You think that's right? It's no, man, you want everybody to get something. Remember, we say it takes a village to raise a child, and when you send home some of the children, anything, and some people have more than one, that's what caused the problem, you know, man. Right? So let's learn to share. All right? Okay, you agree. Praise the Lord. All right, so from our previous presenter, the one who came like the construction lady, yes, I have some questions. Very simple questions. And there's a basket from her there's another basket. I will choose that person. Oh, okay, good. I will choose it based on how you respond here and so forth. And so on. So the first thing, finish this quote. We do not have problem children. Children with problems. All of you get it. So I'm going to hold that. So I need some help now. I need your phone number and the network. But I don't want to shout it out because the men will start to call us. I'm going to take it over and get your number. All right, so I'm not going to let you shout out your number. So I'm going to ask her to go and write down the number, because next thing you start to get call and all kind of things, and we're getting problems with the Broadcasting Commission. All right. Second question. Hold on, let me put on my glasses. Okay, now it looks different. What is the fourth leading cause of premature death in Jamaica? The fourth leading cause of premature death in Jamaica. And she had it on the screen. Huh? Pressure? Well, you're under pressure. You can't answer anymore there. You can't answer anymore. Yes, ma'am? That is correct. She said it from before? She said it before I asked? Oh, because I said from before. Okay. All right. So here what's happened. I'm going to give both of them. Is that cool? All right. Good. I have enough to give both of them. So take the phone number from this lady and the one who gave the answer before. And then I'll move on to my next question. The next question, so we have 3 cards gone now, so we have 2 left. All right? So the next question I'm going to ask, I'm just going to take the first 2 persons to put up their hands, but I need some persons to help me because I'm not seeing both sides. I'm going to take one from this side and one from that side. Okay. The boss will help me. All right? Mr. Harris, you're going to help me? Okay. All right, so I'm going to need one from this side, one from this. The question is very simple. Name 3 types of abuse commonly found in our households. 3. And his hand went up first. Physical. One is fine. Let's give him one. Physical. All right, so he's correct. Who's the person? Emotional. All right, that's it. So, phone card finished. Yes, you're correct. But I'll give you commendations since I don't have any phone card. Madam, it's this young man. It's this young man. Watch me. It's a lady here, sir, and then that young man there. Yes. She is, and then this young man. Right. So she's the one for, oh, it sounds bad. She's the one who talked about violence, yes. And the next young man is the one who spoke about the type of abuse. And then I have a basket to give away. Oh boy. And I'm going to make sure that nobody have anything against me when I leave. So I'm going to ask Mr. Harris to choose the person. I don't want to be blamed. I don't want to be like, you know, there's a little story that a young man was asked to draw a picture of the flight from, or the flight to Egypt. Anybody know that flight to Egypt? When Jesus, when Joseph took Mary and Jesus, because he was warned in a dream. Anybody know the Bible? You know that story? So he was warned in a dream, and the teacher asked the little boy to draw the flight to Egypt. And he drew the flight. He drew, you know what he drew? An aeroplane. Because he said the flight to Egypt. He drew an aeroplane, and he had 4 persons in it. So the teacher was curious and asked him, who is this? He said, that is Joseph. And who is the lady? That is Mary. And the little baby is baby Jesus. So who is the 4th person? And he said, Pontius the Pilate. Anybody know Pontius Pilate? So I'm going to wash my hands as Pontius Pilate. And that you can, okay, you know what happened? I'm going to ask a question. And the question has nothing to do with what the presenter said, but it has something to do with what I said. All right, so you're going to finish this proverb. You can answer, and then you choose the person to get the basket if you win. All right. Even if she answers, she'll have to choose the person. So hear the proverb now. Look out for them now, Mr. I know the same day leaves dropping a what? All right, hear this now. You see, you answered before time, but the gentleman in the purple shirt was the first one to put up his hand. So what's the answer? Okay, the same day leaf drop in the water, right? Rotten. All right, so he will get the basket. All right, now. Oh, hear what I'm, boss. You're not trouble, you know. I had chosen you, but there's somebody who's saying, let me tell you what they're saying. Let me put it right now. Let me see if I can get it right. They're saying that you have guts, right? But there's a pregnant lady in here. And they have decided that because they spoke about the fact that parenting begins before you get pregnant, though. So if you yield, we will give the basket to the lady. But you are going to make the presentation. All right, where's the pregnant lady? By the way, how do you know that she's pregnant? How do you know that she's pregnant? Come, lady, let me check. Doc is here. All right, because you have to make sure. Oh, she have a ring on her finger too, you know, so she. You have to make sure. So how many months now? 6.5. She should know the exact 6.5 months. The baby can born early like that? Okay, I was born at 7 months. That's why they call me premature baby. All right, congratulations, man. All right, and you're going to eat healthy so that we can have a healthy baby. So, we have given away everything. Mr. Harris, you still have something to do. I hope you remember that. There was a gentleman who, I closed like this. Well, I'm not closing yet, but hear what happened. Since you talk about the pregnant lady, there was this gentleman who was selling insurance, but he was new to insurance. And when he went to sell the policy to the company, there was a next insurance agent before him. And he was fortunate enough that the way the place was, he could hear what they were saying. So the gentleman went in and said, our insurance is the best. It covers you from the womb to the tomb. And he said, well, he has to find a way to better that. So when he went inside, this is what he said. Our insurance is certainly the best because it covers you from conception to resurrection. Amen? From conception to resurrection. And that is how we expect you to take care of your children. As a matter of fact, the lady said, from the partner that you choose. Because nothing always fascinates me more than when I ask a parent about the child's father. He said that I worthless papa there. So I said, hold on now. So I asked the question, is raping the rape you? Because so you never see saying worthless before. There was a next parent now. When I asked her, she said she's a single parent. So I said, the father is dead. Here are, no man. It's better if he's dead, him worse than a dead man. So those are some of the kind of parents we have. So ladies, it might be too late now for those who have the children already. But for the next generation, it is said that you should, parenting begins from the person you choose. That is important, eh? Sometimes they change. Yeah, they not throw the class under there. Because the men them say, what them say, what work now? You don't throw big fish when you catch already. All right, so it is now time for us to have expressions of thanks. And I invite Mr. Jermaine Harris, principal of the Edwin Allen High School, to come and express thanks. No, this was from morning supposed to be done. No, nobody said it was changed. So, okay, let's have some certificates to give out and so forth. But we're going to give out the certificates first. Are they ready? And a few other things. So I'm going to invite the lady who was supposed to break the ice. Okay. All right, a lady who was supposed to break the ice, but she said that she never see any ice. So she could not break it. But we have a little, before she comes, there's a little young man. Since we're here, might as well enjoy ourselves. There's a little young man from Edwin Allen. I'm going to make up his name. I think I know his name. Romaine? Is Romaine Mitchell? That's the name? And Romaine is going to do a little item for us. Let's hear it for Romaine. All right, yeah. Not sure what the item is, but he will do it. So him look like a DJ. Eh? Edwin Allen High School. Look like a DJ. A DJ? Okay. And these two stripes in second form? Grade 9. Oh, okay. All right. Give it up for, remember the name? Romaine. I almost said Virgo, but it's Romaine.
Good afternoon, everyone. Me fight the fight to fling down soldiers upon the back of fame. Me fight the flames so vividly, remember how it feel. Me fight the negative vibes with some good energy. Me use a positive mind, defeat me enemies. Me remember nice without me, me know I'm hungry feel. Man, I fi turn to the hills, that's why country sweet. Yeah, that's why country sweet. Yeah. Sometimes I wish for the far away. If you put the negative vibes out of my way, yeah. Top money no mean a play. If a boy try this and you far away, yeah. Just the positive vibes, just the positive vibes. Positive vibes, yeah. Just the positive vibes, just the positive vibes. Dog got the truth. Go and do the do, often make it in a life for the whole family too. Man a born fighter, so make it in a life. Some people don't want to see your eyes, them full of bad mind, but I just mankind. I fi make mommy proud. Some of the time I'm not perfect, but me I fi try. Yeah. Cause one of them day, yeah. We are gonna make it in a life, tell it this from my heart, yeah, I never know lie. I'ma feel some pain, I can't see it, now me, I'm not perfect, I'm one of God's child. Him alone know what me feel, sometimes me have to cry, cause him alone see it. And the truth me I speak, who not believe, I feel make you worse it, yeah.
Yeah, they say encore, you want more, pull it up, pull it up. Let's give it up one more time for Romaine Mitchell of the Edwin Allen High School. All right, so I'm going to turn over to the icebreaker, who has now changed to the communicator. Yes. So I'm going to invite Mrs. Beverly Toller Danvers, coordinator, to take over at this time. Give her a big round of applause as she comes, please.
Good afternoon to everyone. As you have heard my name, I'm Beverly Toller Danvers, past vice principal, guidance counselor, music teacher. I am going to do 2 brief icebreakers because time ran out this morning. Because we are still early. I think before that, let us all stand, and we are going to do a song. Okay, this morning we had the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, and she did digital parenting in the digital age. And you know, sometimes the older ones, the parents, they do not know the acronyms for their young children when they are communicating with their friends. I am going to ask a few here, maybe about 10, not many. And I don't know, the young people, please don't answer, because you know them. But parents, if you see your child is texting, IMO, what do you think it is? Because we have to learn them. IMO, parents. All right, they don't know, so a young one, please tell them. Yes? You don't know that one, Bolio, in my opinion. In my opinion. I am you. I miss you. ICY. Sorry, ILY. I love you. All right, young people, please close off now. IFYP. IFYP. No. I feel your pain, right, your pain. I feel your pain. IDC. Don't answer, young one. IDC. I don't care. ADIH. ADIH. The parents get at you and you just the type ADIH. Another day in hell. ZZZ, ZZZ. Sleeping, bored, tired, yes. WYWH. Wish you were here. TIME. No. TIME. Tears in my eyes. AYMM. Somebody talk to them and they get vexed. Maybe a lady talk to them and they get vexed and say, AYMM. Are you my mother? NOYB. And none of your business. POS. POS. Parent over shoulder. So you know they're hiding, shut down, parent over shoulder. Yes?
What it means is that the children want to stop saying
that, right. The
parents are over the shoulder.
parents are coming, parents are nearby, so you shut. Or some of them put in the W, parents watching over my shoulder, so you be quiet. So you see, parents, you just have to learn the new communication system because you have children. And I mean, you have a whole lot more, but those are just a few. Now I'm just going to do one more now. You have papers, empty papers in your folders. A plain sheet with your pencils. And we are going to do the pig personality test. So what I'm going to ask you to do, everybody can do that. Take out the sheet and draw a picture. Just draw a picture. Draw a picture. Draw a pig on a plain piece of paper. We all know what the pig looks like. Just draw the picture of a pig. How many of us are finished? Good. Oh, these young men didn't have any paper. Okay. We have paper down the back. Write your name at the top right-hand corner. And write the date at the top left-hand corner. Write your name at the top right-hand corner. No, man, write what I say now. And write the date at the top left-hand corner. We are all finished? That doesn't take any time. Just draw a stick pig. All right, just keep it, keep it. Beautiful. Draw the picture of a pig on your paper. Write your name at the top right-hand corner. Write the date at the top left-hand corner. All right, sit. Hold up your paper that your friend can see your pig. I won't be able to see them from up here. Okay, please listen now. Those who drew their pigs facing the left at the top of the page, raise your hands. The top left of the page, that tells you you're an optimistic and extroverted person who expects the best from every situation. Optimistic, extroverted, you expect the best out of every situation. Those who draw it face facing forward, raise your hands. Face facing forward of the paper, depends on how you turn it. That means you're optimistic and you are straightforward, and you expect the best from every situation as well. Those whose pigs are facing the right hand corner of the paper, raise your hands. Nobody? Facing the right, or one down there? That means you're optimistic, you're innovative, and you're an active person who always expects the best as well. Those who drew it in the middle of the sheet of the paper, in the middle of your paper, anybody else? Those who drew it in the middle of the sheet, that means you're realistic, you're innovative, and you're active. Those who drew it at the bottom of the paper, the bottom of the paper, how many people? Keep your hands up, my man. The bottom of the paper, that means you're a pessimist, an extroverted person, and you expect the worst out of every situation. Is that? Okay, those who put on every detail, sorry. Those who have details like you have tail, and you have eyes in it, and you have a nose, the details. You have a lot of details. Good, you're an analytical person, thoughtful, cautious, careful, and sometimes distrustful as well. Those who have just few details. You probably didn't remember to put the eye or the nose. Anybody? Or the ear, you forget to put on the ear. Yes, little one. You're impulsive and willing to take risks. And you're not bothered by little things. You just keep doing it. You just go ahead with the bigger things. Those who have 4 legs on it. Those who drew all 4 legs. You are secure and stick to your ideals, right? But listen, you may be stubborn as well. Less than 4 legs on your pig. Less than 4 legs, you're an insecure, uncertain, uncertain person, and you don't like changes in your life. Or either you are experiencing some changes in your life. Those who had large ears on your pig, were the ears large? Yes, you're a good listener. Those who had small ears, tiny ears on your pigs, anybody? You're not a good listener, a bad listener. All right, you have a long tail on your pig. The pig's tail was so long. You are satisfied with the quality of your life, especially your love life. Short tail. Short tail, you are not satisfied with the quality of your life. Have you learned anything from this? I am not saying it is true, but what have you learned? Have you learned anything from this exercise? I didn't hear you. On the bright side of life, anything you learned from doing this? Anybody? Come on, parents, what have you learned? You're having fun, yes, and apart from having fun, anything else? I didn't get that. Learn to appreciate what you have. Yes, that's good. What else? Artistic. Draw what is in your mind and don't copy from someone. Anything else? Anything else? Yes, yes, we had fun, but on the serious side. What do you think about it? When you look at all the others, relaxes you, it relaxes your mind, right? But did you look at it that all persons are not alike? In that respect, we are all different, we are individual, we have individual views, opinions, the way we think, the way we see things. Anything else? And anything you can say that you learn from it in comparison to your children as parents? I did not hear that. I didn't hear. Anything you learn with your children? Most of the children are stubborn. Yes? No, sorry, that way is not. With your children. If you have 4 children, you are not to. Very, very good. We are not to compare them because they are all different. And we are all different. That was very, very good. Clap yourselves. Very good. Okay. Somebody was asking about the whole program now, how you see it. We are going to look at how we see the whole program from morning, or the presentation. Now, how satisfied are you with this presentation, with the whole workshop? We just don't want the word good. Informative. All right, hands are up. Let me ask the hands that are up. Okay, but it caters to the whole person, all right? Anything else apart from that? You, the lady in the, yes. Refreshing. Yes, somebody from this side was answering. Please speak a little louder for me. Interesting. In the present, mindful, effective, reflective. Yes, you? Well what? Well put together. Good. Okay, organized, coordinated, yes. Comical as well. Down there? Mm-hmm. Yes, you learned how to interact. Yes, the gentleman beside you. Very practical. Okay, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator. Okay. All right, another question. Do you think the information shared were clear, easy to understand in all of them? Okay. Can you use, or would you use any of the information you got to assist you in becoming a better parent? Okay. Would you like to attend other workshops in the future? Would you come if you are invited? So tell me, what's the level of satisfaction? 100. Wow, very good. Any other topics you would like if we are planning another workshop in the future? Any specific topic you have in mind? All right, think about it. Anything apart from the self-care, because we did that. How to? I didn't get that word. How to? Yes. Financial literacy. Breakdown. Or break down some topics. Okay. More social intervention. The activities that were done, tell me some of them that really stimulated you this morning, today. The what? The breathing one. Okay, so it's instead of self-care. Any other? Mm-hmm. So I think we need more, you need more of that. Now, which one of the presentations grabbed you the most? Construction. It was humorous, and the way she was dressed. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a lot, yes. Maybe you want it a little less breakdown. Okay. Okay, very good. And which mode did you prefer? You prefer to have it on the screen or they talk with you? Both. Okay. Okay, that was very good. Any other comment? Two hands over there, yes? Can you speak so that everybody can hear? You need more. Okay. Okay, you want more of this out. Yes. To share some more, right, out. Okay. Who's speaking? Right. All right, parenting in the digital age, okay. Any other comment before we move from here? All right, we have take two more. Okay. Amen. True. Yes. Right. Yes. Right, he can express himself. Right. Hey, your doc? Tell him what you said. And then you who are here, you are going to take it back to your schools and to your community, and we are going to expect you to teach others, because we'll be coming back. So you are going to be like facilitators there to bring others in. So that is on you as well. You will be guided by us still anyway. Right. Okay, that's it. So now, the certificates. And do the vote of thanks first. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Danvers. Give her a big round of applause. All right, they say all good things must come to an end, and this gentleman has been waiting and waiting from morning to say thank you. And I remember a wedding. I don't know why in weddings the men have to speak and the women don't say anything. They write the speeches. But this particular gentleman, his wife told him what to say, and he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you from the bottom of my heart." And the wife said, "Your wife too." And him said, "And my wife thank you from her bottom too." All right, I'm going to invite to thank us from the bottom of his heart, none other than Mr. Harris. That's Mr. Jermaine Harris, to say thank you.
I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, from your responses, I am certain that you will agree with me that this was a day well spent. Amen? From the beginning, we have been enjoying ourselves, and really, when this idea was brought to me at Edwin Allen by the chairman of the MPC, it was a no-brainer for me, because managing over 2,000 students on a daily basis can be very challenging. And whatever programs are out there to assist us to help our children, not our bad children, but children who are displaying antisocial behaviors, we were very happy for this program, and that is why we're here today. So, just to say thanks on your behalf and to recognize the various speakers, we started out this morning with Mr. Adrian Mikulski, the principal for Holmwood, and we want to thank him for hosting us, and also want to thank him and staff, especially the cooks, for such a sumptuous, meal. I can't recall going out and getting sweet and sour chicken and one full fish. It's always fish fillet. But Principal Mikulski, we will be coming back for more fishes. And that's a fish that is prepared in the canteen. Let me just say that, because I know the MC will say something to the contrary. Our MC, Principal Davis, what a awesome, comical, jovial, and I'm not going to say the G word, because I know the G word means happy, but I'll say that to him, because he's such a person that engages you, and you want to just continue to hear him more and more and more. And he always has a joke to match the presenter. So I'm sure when I take my seat, he will find a joke for me. It's coming. It's coming. But tomorrow at ISA meeting, I'm sure that he will share some of those other jokes with me. But sir, we thank you. And you did keep us awake. You did keep us engaged. And from the responses, I'm sure that the day was well spent. We want to thank Dr. Clifton Reed, the chairman for the Mandeville Peace Coalition. And I want to also say that he is a proud alumnus of the Edwin Allen High School. Many of you did not know that. Yes. So he could not have such an initiative and leave out Edwin Allen. Yes, so I want to thank you, sir, and thank you and your team for doing a wonderful job, and I want to encourage you to continue. We need more groups like these in our parishes, in our communities, to partner with us as educators. I want to thank Dr. Herbert, Gail, and Miss Monique Long for bringing us greetings online. They could not be here, but they were able to bring us greetings, and we want to thank them. We want to also thank the representatives the representatives from Chase Fund, as well as representative from the police, that's Superintendent McCullough, also representative from the Ministry of Education, Mr. Otis Brown. Put your hands together in thanking them. They are not here, but we want to thank them for their presentations. And we also want to say to the other partners that partner with the MPC that we really appreciate this initiative. Also, we must extend thank you to the different presenters. All the different topics that were presented today, we received something to take back to our schools, our homes, our communities. So we learned about the parenting in the digital age. We learned about the difficult child. And one thing that stood out with me is that we must try and tap into the different intelligence. Most of the times we talk about the academics, but we don't look at the other skill sets that our children possess. So we want to thank Ms. Faye Robinson. We want to thank the person who presented really taking care of self, not doctor. And as the MC said, she could be considered a doctor because her husband is a doctor. But Mrs. Watson Edwards, for reminding us that sometimes we have to just forget about every other thing and think about me. We need some me time, because there are times when we are so overwhelmed and consumed by the many things that we have to do, and we want to thank those presenters. And the last two that I want to thank before I take my seat, the coordinator who did the icebreaker, Mrs. Beverly Toller Danvers. She came with the icebreaker, and if you realize, she was also doing the evaluation for them to do their postmortem and to plan for another event like this. When? All right, Doc will tell me when. And last but not least, the media fraternity, they were here, and we want to thank them for sharing this excellent initiative. We need more like these to partner with us as schools. Sometimes as principal, we try a lot, and it seems as if we're losing the battle. So when these groups can come on board, when the media can partner with us, when other sectors can partner with us, we believe that we will win the fight. So on behalf of the 6 participating schools, 3 in Manchester, Mayday, Holmwood, and Atfield, and 3 in Clarendon, Busterman, Kempsale, and Edwin Allen, we want to extend a big thank you to Dr. Clifton Reed and the team at the Mandeville Peace Coalition and the partners for coming up with this Jump Therapy initiative. And we can assure you, sir, and the team that we will bring this to our schools, and we will implement, and we will assess, and we will share with you the findings of this initiative. So again, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for coming. Don't look at the numbers. We're looking at 10 per schools. Don't look at that. But I felt that all of us would have enjoyed today's event, and we would have learned so many things and leaving here being a better person, being a better educator, being a better parent, being better students. And for that, I want to thank the team. Thanks again. Let us continue to work together to make Jamaica a better place. I can. Thank you.
Wow. Mr. Harris, that was so powerful. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Harris. You did an excellent job. I want to thank you. You said something, and I was going to ease you up because I'm going to usually say something about when people speak that is humorous. And because you did so well, I decided not to. But then I remember that I don't want you to disappoint you because you expect it. So I'm going to tell you something, and then you can determine if it applies to you. But just to let you know that if you look on the program, expression of thanks was to be done by Mrs. Danvers, and therefore Mr. Harris was substituting for her. And years ago in Mandeville, we had 2 theaters. Now we're at 0. But there was a blind man begging at the Odeon Theater. That's where Juicy is now. And in those days, we have the paper money. $1, paper. 50 cents, paper money. $5. So what the gentleman did, he put a $1 at the front of his hand and a $5, and the blind man stretched over and took up the $5. He said, how did you know that it was the bigger money? He said, tell you the truth, you know. Man, the real blind man. So he said, so where's the real blind man? Inside watching the movie. So he was just substituting for the blind man. All right? And I close by saying, a lady went inside the bus with her baby. And when she stepped past the driver was very rude. The driver said, what a baby ugly. And the lady was so mad, she was stamping, and she went and she sat beside this gentleman. It wasn't Mr. Harris, but he sat beside this gentleman. And the gentleman said, what happened to you? She said, the driver just dissed me, and I want to go back out to go diss him back, you know, man. So here the gentleman said, yes, man, go and go diss him, man. Me hold the monkey for you. So we are going to close now. We are going to close off now, ladies and gentlemen. It was wonderful being with you. I enjoyed it, and you're a wonderful audience. And I want to thank you so very much. We're going to be presenting the certificates now. It's going to be done in a way that we're going to give some, and the rest will be given to the principals to give to the parents in the interest of time. Those who know me know that for me, time don't matter. I will just continue. So if I was named off a car, they'd probably call me Infinity. Just a galera. Yeah, all right, so I'm going to stop now, and I'm going to invite Doc to come and conclude. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
You want to? Yeah.
Okay, we're supposed to have all the banners here. The Chase Fund one. I don't know, somebody chase it away. I think, yes. Yes, it took. Okay, so we just use what we have.
Just pick a couple of names.
All right, I was asked to pick a couple names. I hope those persons are here. Mr. Conroy Donaldson, here? No? Carol Cohen? Or Tracy Clark? Nikisha Gibson? Or Sheldon William? No? Tamika Wade? Sheldon is here? Okay, good. That's what your name is spelled? No, the last name. Oh, because at first, I've seen this kind. All right, Doc. Yeah, come. All right. Tamika Wade. Sorry, not here. Crystal Taylor. Taylor is here? All right, good. Look more like a dressmaker, but Taylor can go. Gamel Grant. Gamel Grant, Ishmael Robinson, Kevin Beckford, Philip Cardis. That's what, Beckford or Cardis? What's the name? Cardis, okay. Mr. Cardis was a gentleman who was so gracious to hand his basket to the pregnant lady. You better take his number, because when baby born, he was with the godfather. All right. Donovan East. Lisette Wilson. Okay, Mr. Brown left. I see my name here too. Cool. Mine. Samakolsky. Latoya Foster. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you so very much. And we're going to invite representatives from the school to come and collect your drums. And the next one, those are the things, they have a name that sound like curse words, so I won't say it.
You, when you try to play a drum, what really happens? It soothes your mind. It gets you in tune. It makes you forget all your troubles. It makes you find friends from your fingers, your eyes, your nose, your mouth. Compass the whole of your well-being. Even the flowers feel the vibes of a drum. So I want you to sit, listen, feel comfortable, and say your hurrah, hurrah, I'm feeling the drum.
DJ, hold up. Hi,